Alright. Excellent. Now we have to deal with all of the technical issues. If you can't hear me or something, let me know. If the balance is wrong, let me know. If I look... I don't know. If I look like I have like... Oh god, everything... I'm looking in the wrong direction. This is... okay. This is... how's that? How's this? Is this better? This is better. Yes, okay. Hello, everybody. Okay. If I seem kind of disoriented, because I'm kind of disoriented. Right, there's a view where I can actually see what people redeem. Sorry, it's actually been 6 months. I don't remember how any of this shit works at all. Thanks. Stream. Okay. Stream, dee. No, yes. No. Okay, there we go, water time. I do have water, but it's in a wine bottle. Does that count? Also have wine in a water bottle. No, that's a lie, it's in a wine glass. Anyway. Today is Slay the Princess Part 4. Because, and I don't know how much of this you recall, because it has been a while, but also because, by its nature, the game is sort of repetitive, in certain ways, especially after you do like 15 or 20 run-throughs, through the narrative. This will be the last stream, and what I'm gonna try and do is, also please tell me, the Beat Saber, channel point redeems are disabled. Like, I haven't even checked. Oh my god, they're enabled. You know what, just if you redeem them, that's your own problem. I can't handle this right now. Anyway. So we haven't done this in a while, and this is gonna be the last stream for this game. And because it is the last stream for this game, I want to make sure that I try to hit all of the kind of high points that most interest me, but also that I haven't really had a chance to hit up myself. So I've basically got a script for this run where I'm going to just follow preset routes and explore the most interesting remaining parts of the game for me. Yeah, on the one hand that means it should be more efficient and streamlined. On the other hand, I literally haven't touched this game in like 9 months, so it's become kind of new and exciting to me, so we can read through all the dialogue again and pretend we've never seen it before. So that should be a good time. How has my evening been? It is 7 in the morning. So I feel like that on its own is an adequate summary. I woke up, I prepped stream, then my stream collab partner didn't rock up, so I had to re-prep stream. And then the child woke up, and the child wanted to be stream partner, but his hands are too small to activate the hand tracking, so unfortunately that was out. And now he's eating breakfast, I'm drinking breakfast, and we're all good. Now, let's see if we can make this work without having it mysteriously vanish on us somehow. Okay, that's not useful. Is this useful? Yes! Okay, that looks better. That looks better. Okay. Okay, microphone works. Microphone works. This is good. But I'm not getting desktop audio input. One moment, please. Where is desktop audio getting its audio? Let me know if you start hearing the ominous background whooshing noises of game. What if I just click on it? Can you hear it now? No, nothing. But I can hear it, so it's got to be a desktop audio configuration issue. Properties. Device, default. Yeah, that's your problem. No. Yeah, but it's got to be the output, right? Okay, this looks like it's working. No, not free money. God, I hate free money. How could you do this to me? Dustin, you bastard. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. I should probably figure out Twitch payouts at some point. Puppies are around the clock care every 15 minutes feeding and they need constant washing at this stage. Have you considered streaming them on Twitch? I have it on good authority that people are into that sort of thing. Bastard! It's like Gnar, but it's bastard. What can I say? I don't know what to say here. Okay, can everyone hear the ominous humming of the horror game? Raise your hand. Raise your hand if you can hear it. Hello, hands in chat. Just wear a GoPro. Stream the GoPro. Problem solved. Okay, I'm assuming that yeah is in response to I can see the looming horror. Raise the foot. Good enough. Okay, yes. Okay, everyone's on board. Let's go. Sir. That's going in on the other screen. If that explodes, just tell me. I can't see it. That's running. Chat. That's a problem. I need to be able to see chat and also that. Okay. I'm gonna put this here. I'm gonna put this here. Oh no, child, what happened? No, child. Okay. Then I'm gonna look at. Oh god, what have I done? Yeah, let's. Oops. It's a misclick. It's fine. It's okay. Don't worry about it. And if I look at this and then fix the mic and then reset position, yeah, there we go. Now it looks a little normal. Yeah, that's fair. Still, thank you for popping in, Hohenheim. It's always much appreciated. All right, let's go. Quick read through. This is a horror game, and it is not intended for all audiences. Slay the Princess. Flickering image warning. If either of these cause health issues for you, can disable them and gain preferences. Whatever horrors you may find in these dark spaces, have heart and see them through. There are no premature endings, there are no wrong decisions. There are only fresh perspectives and new beginnings. This is a love story. It has been a bit. Alright, new game. Chapter 1. The Hero and the Princess.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
Okay, that all seems like
you're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Can't someone else do this?
Unfortunately, you're the only one who can pull this off. I don't make the rules. I wish I did, but I don't.
Did you know pouring wine out of a carafe is really one of those very breathtaking things to do when you're at a desk containing like 20 different objects? Have you considered that maybe I'm okay with the world ending?
Of course I haven't. Why would I even consider that? Nobody wants the world to end.
Oh, this sounds like grounds for a reasonable debate.
Mean, maybe some people do, like nihilists, or very, very evil people, but surely you're not one of those, right?
It could be. I'm the change I want to see in the world. I'm also really curious to see if, like, I rewatch part 1 of this stream after the fact, and it turns out it's just exactly the same as this part, because it's been so long, my memory has been erased. My memory of this game has been erased, and I just have the exact same responses to the dialogue. That would be pretty funny. We're just gonna move on. Silently continue to the cabin.
You make your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within. A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says.
The Habit. The Habitat? The Hobbit. Man, I miss The Hobbit. I haven't read The Hobbit since I was like 12.
We're not going to go through with this, right? She's a princess. We're supposed to save princesses, not slay them. Ignore him. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
I don't know. I think he's got a very good handle on, classic literature stereotypes.
The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table. Perched on that table is a pristine blade. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Okay. I am not taking.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below. This is an oppressive place. The air feels heavy and damp, a hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood. If the princess really lives here,
slaying her is probably doing her a favor.
Her voice softly carries up the stairs.
Hello? Is someone there?
It's hypnotizing. It's the kind of voice you only have to hear once to remember it for the rest of your life. Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation. You're playing a dangerous game by coming here unarmed.
Well, of course, the most dangerous game. Princess hunting. Hi, I think I'm here to slay you?
You must have the wrong address.
Great job, you've given away the element of surprise. Good luck, hero. You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement. She's beautiful. How could someone like this be a threat to anyone? I am begging you to stay focused. There's a lot riding on you here.
I think I might have already made the wrong choice for the path I want to go for. We'll see if this is salvageable. We'll get through this.
Hi. You were joking about coming to kill me, right? Do you think you could get me out of these chains?
I'll see what I can do. See what I can do.
You're only making this more difficult.
Yep.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're making a huge mistake.
I get that a lot.
No, you're doing the right thing.
I also get that a lot. It gets pretty confusing.
You walk up to the chains binding the princess to the wall and give them a tug. They're large and heavy, far too solid for you to even imagine trying to break them apart.
I'm guessing you don't have the key?
Maybe it's somewhere upstairs. Doubtful. Whoever locked the princess away down here intended for her to never see the light of day. They wouldn't have just left the key to her chains somewhere in the cabin.
If there isn't a key, do you have any other ideas?
Maybe there's some way to break the chains? Or if that doesn't work, I guess we can always cut me out of them.
She offers the suggestion with almost complete nonchalance. If we were stuck down here long enough, I'm sure we'd be nonchalant about cutting our way out if it meant we could finally be free. You attempt to make your way out of the basement, but the door at the top of the stairs slams shut. You hear the click of a lock sliding into place. Is someone else here?
Try the door.
You try the door, but it's locked from the outside. Your shouts and pleas are met with silence. You're here to slay the princess, and you won't leave until the task is done. You make your way to the bottom of the stairs. This would have been so much easier if you'd just taken the blade like you were supposed to. Easier for whom? Easier for everyone. Look at the mess you're in.
I heard the door slam. They locked you down here too, didn't they?
Yep.
There's a slight panic rising in the princess's voice.
If I could just get out of these chains, I know we could force our way out of here together.
She barely hesitates before
raising
her arm to her mouth, her teeth tearing through her limb with the determination of a trapped wolf.
I forgot that this happens basically unprompted.
As she rips her flesh from her bone, a sound comes from behind you, the clang of bouncing metal. It's the blade from upstairs. You're not sure how it made its way down here, but if there's a time to strike, it's now.
Convenient. Okay.
Or we could use it to free her. You won't like what happens if you do that.
Sorry, all of my windows are incorrectly tessellated. Okay. Blade the princess.
Without hesitation, you bring the blade down and plunge it into the princess's back. Finally, the wound drives her to the ground. Okay, there's no going back now. I'm with you to the end.
You bastard. Were you lying to me this whole time?
Does it count if I'm also lying to myself?
The princess pushes away from you, the motion ripping the blade from her back.
Okay, this is promising. I think we're on the right track.
Wounded, but still alive, she crouches on all fours in the corner of the room and meets your eyes with the ferocity of a cornered predator.
You've made a terrible enemy, and there's nothing in the world that can possibly save you from me.
I thought we had the upper hand, but it's as if she's barely even threatened by us.
That's okay, she's still chained up, right?
It's an act. She's wounded and unarmed. There's nothing she can do to hurt you. I'm not so sure. Don't waver now. As you ready your blade to deliver a lethal blow, she lunges at your legs with the same animal ferocity she used to tear at her arm. Your knife cuts into her again and again as you're tackled to the ground, your body racked with pain as she rips into you with tooth and claw. Forget about trying to rescue her. This is about survival now. Give her everything you've got. Though your nerves are seizing with pain, you know you've done your fair share of damage as well, your blade having left deep gashes in the princess's back. You seize a moment of hesitation to throw her off of you and shakily push yourself back to your knees. We can still turn this around.
Excellent question. Finish the job.
You steel your resolve and take another step closer to the princess. You probably won't make it out of here alive, but you can still make sure that she won't make it out of here either. Excuse me? What's this about not making it out of here alive?
But don't worry about it. I'm sure it'll be fine.
Do you think this is what I wanted to happen? I have a duty to state the facts of the situation, and honestly, it's a miracle anyone in this room is still standing right now. Don't act so surprised. Can you not feel all those gashes and holes pulling you apart? If the princess doesn't do you in here, blood loss is certain to finish the job. You take another step forward, and the princess lunges towards you. The two of you enter one last exchange, a flurry of blade and claw and fleshy ribbons, and then you stop. Neither you nor princess able to go any further. You collapse on the ground, and the princess collapses beside you. Blood pools around you both, and you watch each other fade away.
After all this time alone, I thought I'd finally found a friend, but you were just another monster, weren't you?
There's some sort of Nietzsche-like response to this, which would be very appropriate, that I just can't rustle up right now.
Silence as the room starts to get fuzzy around you. You've paid a terrible price, but you've saved us all. It's over.
If you think this is it, you're sorely mistaken. One way or another, I'll make sure you pay for this.
I do like how the background devolves into what turns out to be you, like your own source of entrapment in the
But you don't have time
quote
to
unquote
worry over
simulation.
such things. Everything goes
Goes
dark,
and
and you die.
Yes, this is where we're supposed to be. So far, so good.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Alright, I'm getting a terrible sense of deja vu. She's going to kill me again.
Again? People don't die twice. You haven't even met the princess, and I hardly think she'd be capable of killing someone as skilled and courageous as yourself.
No, you're right. Everything is clearly Completely fine. Let's
If he
proceed.
doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way. Brilliant. We need to keep our cards close to our chest, and I'm not sure we can trust him. You know I can hear you, right? It's going to be a lot harder than you think to keep secrets from me. Did I say I'm not sure we can trust him? Slip of the tongue, bit of the old brain fog. I meant to say that we should probably head over to the cabin and slay that princess. We already know we can't trust her, so let's get on with the show.
Proceed to the cabin.
A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says. Don't worry, you can trust us to get the job done. The interior of the cabin is a mess of twisted roots. The walls a chaotic weave of knotted wood that, almost as if by accident, just happened to resemble a room. The floor is damp and earthy, and the only furniture of note is a slab of mud in the shape of a shelf, with a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Alright, didn't say anything about the mirror. We've done the mirror. Take the blade.
You take the blade from the shelf. It would be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon.
Little bit.
Well, if we're grabbing a weapon, we should probably keep it hidden behind our backs. She doesn't have to know we have it.
Very wise. I don't know if I've done this part of this route at all. It doesn't ring a bell.
That's not actually a bad idea.
Approach the mirror.
You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here. What are you talking about? This isn't a wall. It's a mirror. Or at least it'll be a mirror once we wipe off that layer of grime. You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know how ridiculous you look right now.
Alright, off into the basement.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase dug into the muddy earth below. The ceiling is thick with roots that hang like locks of tangled hair. The weak starlight from the cabin windows behind you can barely penetrate the gloom here, only illuminating the edges of an opening below. It shines in the darkness like some kind of massive maw, waiting to swallow you up into the earth. The air smells of dirt and copper. It's thick and wet, as if your lungs are being coated in mud with each intake of breath. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor. Her voice skitters up from below.
Something nasty finds itself on my stairs. Come on down. Don't be scared. I probably won't bite.
Seems reasonable. I'm not nasty.
But you are. You're a wretched little thing.
This interaction has devolved incredibly quickly.
I recognize that voice as easily as I recognized your nervous little footsteps coming up the path. I know who you are, and I remember what you've done.
Oh no.
She must have you confused with someone else. She seems friendly enough. Maybe we can talk our way out of this whole situation. You can't. Unless you slay her right away, she's going to break free and end the world. There's no reasoning with what she is. Look, I'm just throwing ideas out there. I like to think out loud. I'm the kind of guy who likes a discussion. Don't we want to hear what everyone has to say before making any big decisions? Do you want to hear what everyone has to say? Or do you just want to hear yourself talk? You need to stop lingering. Your task is to slay the princess, not endlessly debate about what to do with the princess.
It's okay, we can slay her with indecision. We'll get her in overtime.
Fine. You're the boss. Thank you. You descend the basement steps, entering the dark room below. You can just make out the shape of the princess in the gloom. She's huddled against the far wall, her eyes bright and glaring from amid the thick roots.
And there you are, one hand tucked away behind your back, gripping that sharp, sharp blade, no doubt.
What? No, there's no blade. It's just a knife handle. There's no knife, I promise.
That's no fair. How would she know that?
So, we've dropped the pretenses. Good.
You made a comment back in the woods about having been here before. Now she's acting like the two of you already know each other. Oh no. You've already been here, haven't you?
No, I wouldn't worry about it.
That's pretty sharp. How'd you figure that one out? Call it deductive reasoning. Well, you seem to be great at it. So, you really don't remember us, do you? No, I don't. But you and the princess clearly have a shared reality, even if I'm not a part of it. I won't waste time fighting you on something that's clearly true. I'm just glad we could put all this behind us.
Uh-huh.
Is it all behind us?
The knife is behind us.
Just focus on the task at hand. I don't care if you've been here before, and I don't care if you think you'll go somewhere else after this. My world is on the line right now, so I'd appreciate it if you would take this seriously and slay her. Let's chat her up a bit first. Maybe we can find a middle ground where everyone's happy. Don't talk to her. You're just going to make things more difficult than they have to be.
Well, I seem to remember you having a tongue.
No. I'm using my brain right now. It's taking a lot of effort, alright? Give me a moment. I get the sense that you're not happy with me.
Is that a joke? Do you think a joke will charm my trust back? You'll have to try harder than that.
I'm sorry about last time?
Ooh, smart. Let's apologize, get us back on the right foot.
Oh, you're sorry. Isn't that nice? You're such a gracious little monster.
Mean.
If you're sorry, then let me out of here. Prove it.
Why do I have a nagging feeling you're gonna stab me in the back if I help you out of here?
And why would I do such a thing? Is someone's guilty conscience getting to them?
What is that facial expression? Come on, lady, you're not fooling
But I
anybody.
wouldn't worry. As much as I may hate you, letting you live is in my best interests. If you get me out of here, the only thing that will be dead and buried is the bad blood between us.
Oh, that nagging feeling you mentioned is me, by the way. I'm actually a little anxious about a potential backstabbing event. She needs us to get out of here. We'll be fine if that's what we decide to do. You won't be fine because destruction is in her nature. If she gets out of here, that's it for the world, remember? Even if that's true, that doesn't automatically mean she's going to stab us in the back. I think that depends on your definition of words like stab and in the back. She might not literally do that, but she could very well symbolically do the same thing. See? He gets it. There's nothing wrong with looking out for number one.
Alright, I don't want to hurt you, but clearly there's some broken trust. Take this as a gesture of my goodwill.
You can't be serious. Now, hold on. We should put this to a vote. The blade is one of our most valuable assets. We can't just give it to her. What if she uses it to kill us? I vote no.
I vote yes.
As do I. I abstain?
Excellent. Outvoted 1-2.
You abstain? She's going to kill us if we give it to her.
This isn't a democracy. We're giving her the blade. Gives her the blade.
You're going to get everyone killed. You know that, right? But of course you do. You toss the blade at the princess's feet. She eyes it with suspicion before kneeling down to pick it up.
I wouldn't have done that. Why did you?
Prisoner's dilemma, lady. Got you there.
You hear a clanging of metal against the dirt floor, and the chains fall from the princess's wrist. She could have gotten out of those the whole time. That sneaky little... A woman after my own heart. It's a shame we just gave her a weapon, because if I were her, I'd use it on us right now. Luckily for us, you're not her. Oh, we sure think alike, though. I can promise you that. Whatever you say next, you better make it count.
Alright.
She creeps forward, taking one cautious step at a time until you and she are face to face.
What do you think happens now?
I get stabbed? We're both scared and we're both hurting. If one of us doesn't make a change, we'll probably kill each other forever. Do you want that? I don't. We can be better than this.
Her shoulders tense and her eyes dart away.
This is another trick. You're trying to sow doubt, but it's not going to work on me.
Welp.
Then she buries the blade in your heart. What? No, come on, that's not right. I told you this is what she was going to do. Glee dances across her face as you fall to the ground.
I did it. I got you. You...
The princess seems to tremble, her smile fading quickly, replaced with concern. Her nervous eyes brim with tears.
Why? Why did you let me do this?
I'm gonna claim a victory on moral grounds here. Even if we didn't win by the rules of the game, like, this is close
But you
enough.
don't have the strength to respond, nor do you have the time. Everything goes dark, and you die.
The thorn. There we go. Alright.
You're on a path in the woods. I can't believe she actually stabbed us. I told you not to give her the blade. I told you it would come around to bite us. I voted against it. Yeah, we know. You already got your I told you so's in while we were bleeding out. I just wanted to make sure that everyone here knows that I was, and am, on the right side of that argument. Oh, you're far from being on the right side of anything. You're fixated on the past, whereas what you should be is fixated on the future.
Oh my god. How does this guy come out of that interaction? I'm not saying it.
Ho ho! A visionary.
Oh
I
shit.
like it. Tell me more. Gladly, my dear fellow. By cruelly turning on the princess in her moment of vulnerability, we made ourselves an enemy. But by mastering our fear and insecurity and handing over our power, we've begun a journey to something so much deeper. I like journeys. Traveling is a bit of a passion of mine. It makes me so relatable. Now, where are we off to? Well, if we're lucky, it's a journey to love.
Are we lucky?
She hates us.
Close enough.
Does she? She hesitated before stabbing us to death. As ridiculous as this guy is, maybe he has a point. I don't know if I necessarily buy into his whole love journey thing, but...
This fly ends up in my wine, I swear to god. I have to check my wine periodically, it'll rock up in there eventually.
maybe she won't be as keen to betray us this time. We've already proven to her that we can change, so maybe she'll realise that things don't have to end in violence.
But see, Dustin, the worst part about the voice of the simp is that he's articulate. He makes good arguments. If he was just a simp, you wouldn't hate him. You hate him because he's right.
You know, maybe you're right. In which case, I suppose the only thing to do is to get back to the cabin and give it another try.
Seems legit.
Give what another try exactly? You are aware I've been listening to you, right? It makes no difference if we conspire in the shadows or bear our intentions with open hearts. We are breaking your cruel cycle and whisking her away to freedom.
No, see, what you mistake for a posh accent is actually the vibration of his heartstrings. It lends his voice a certain vibrato that is unmistakable. It's the voice of, well, it is the voice of the simp. There's not much to add there. I don't know where I was going with that.
Oh, are you now? Great, so you've obviously been here before, since twice actually.
Shit. That was reflexive. I don't know what he said. Oh, I'm sure it's fine.
Sure. Twice. Then I'll spare you the little introduction I had planned. You already know about the princess, and clearly you already know that she's dangerous. So don't muck this up. It's bad enough that this isn't your first time through.
Oh, there's this tech support video I need to send you. Remind me. This place is different. It keeps changing. We're even now. I'm sure she understands that. What happens if we just leave? You sure seem to be taking this looping thing in stride. It does seem Like all of our answers are in the cabin. No, I liked this one. We're even now, I'm sure she understands that. But we can see what she has to say for herself when we get to the cabin.
Yes. Good. Playing both sides. That's what smart people do, and you're the smartest in the room.
Well, now I don't like this plan.
I'm not sure it counts as playing both sides if people can hear you doing it. Buddy, you're thinking in far too few dimensions. There's layers to doing this right, and I'm pretty sure the one making the choices gets that. Trust in the plan.
Look, as bad as the voice of the smitten is, this collaboration with the voice of the opportunist, I'm really not liking that.
Trust in what plan? The Decider's plan. Sure, we don't know what the plan is yet, but that's part of the whole trusting thing, isn't it? A good leader knows how and when to keep things secret, and sometimes a good leader even knows to keep things secret from himself.
I mean, that is a legitimate strategy in many scenarios, but probably not in this one specifically.
There isn't a plan, and that's the whole point. We're supposed to be guided by emotion. We're supposed to passionately live in the moment, and I'm sure that when the time comes, those passions will tell us to set our darling princess free.
In it.
If I were you, I'd remember what she's done. You know how dangerous she is. And you should know that someone like her shouldn't be let loose upon the world.
No matter what happens next, it seems like all our answers are in the cabin. Let's see this through.
It isn't long before you find yourself at the base of the cabin. I think it's clear where everyone stands at this point.
Yes.
I don't know if I'd say everyone. You talking about me? I have a position. It's a good one too. Ignore him, he's just talking for talking's sake. My position is the only one that matters. The princess is a threat to you. She's a threat to me, and most importantly, she's a threat to the world. You know what you have to do.
Well, I suppose I do that at that.
The interior of the cabin is hardly an interior at all anymore. The burned-out ruins merely suggest the shape of the structure that once stood here, charred wood still reeking of ash. But beneath it lies the fresh smell of spring growth after rain, the promise of new life in the wreckage of the old.
Well, that's the idea of this run, is to find the things that are still new. And yeah, the red really makes it just that little tinge of something else, huh?
The only furniture of note is the crisp shell of what was once a table. A pristine... Wait, this isn't right. There's supposed to be a pristine blade. Why isn't there a pristine blade? We gave it to her last time. She can't still have it, can she?
Oh, I bet she does.
Well, it's not here. And if she has it... Let me guess. You want to get all chummy with her. Look, as far as I see it, if it's between him and her, I say we side with the one who has the weapon. It's just the smart thing to do. I wouldn't be so hasty. I'm sure the blade will turn up somewhere. She can't have it. That's not how this is supposed to work. If she does have it, that's all the more reason to put our faith in her. We have already shown her our heart. Now she has to show us hers. Unless her heart tells her to stab us, which doesn't seem unlikely, so yes, I agree. Let's make sure we get on her good side.
How do we even get down there? The only thing I see is that mirror.
You're right, the mirror is back. There isn't anywhere for us to go. But there isn't a mirror.
Ah, but there is a mirror.
I still don't get his angle here. Either way, I say we take a look. It feels like it's been forever since we've actually seen ourselves. For all we know, our feathers are all out of place, and that's why we haven't yet won her heart. We must put our best face forward. Yeah, we can't go around looking disheveled. A real go-getter takes care of his appearance.
You see, the worst part of this entire plan is when the opportunist and the smitten agree on anything at all.
So, is the door to the basement behind the mirror?
No, shush with your logic. We're taking a look at our face. We want to be pretty for this.
I promise you there isn't a mirror, and there isn't a door to the basement. The entrance is more of a burned-out frame than anything else, and it's right there on the far side of the room. Do you really not see it?
Approach the mirror.
You step forward and approach the scorched entryway leading to the basement, hesitating before you begin the descent. You know what you have to do. Wipe away the grit from the mirror, and behold our handsome features.
Look, this room is making extensive use of negative space to define a volume, and I think it's a really strong artistic statement.
It went away when we touched it last time. You reach forward and wave your hand through the hollow entrance leading to the basement. You really thought there was a mirror there, didn't you? That can't be good. As if things weren't unpredictable enough. Alas, our fine features remain unseen. We'll just have to trust that she'll find us beautiful as we are. Well, seems like the only way to go is forward, isn't it? Yes, that's where everything tends to be. Let's just put on a good face and have our wits about us.
In we go.
You step through the frame of scorched wood and make your way into the darkness below. The stairs to the basement are covered in a fine layer of gritty ash. The air still feels warm, as if the fires that ruined this place had only recently been extinguished. Yet fresh shoots of thorny branches are already weaving themselves through the soot-covered earth of the walls around you. Their spines point courteously down towards the basement, so you're able to brush past their jagged points with ease, at least on the way down. But you don't need to think about the way back up just yet. That's a matter for after the world's been saved.
They're also pointing towards the princess, which is unusual for an environment after this much conflict. Real quick. So, what has happened is Valentine has just messaged me saying, I am so sorry, I dozed off, but I was dreaming we were doing the stream, so no problems there. Okay. Out of like the princess, yeah. Well, we'll see. We'll see. Again, I haven't seen this before. This is we're chasing the paths we haven't seen yet. Valentine is also on his way, which is very nice of him. That's so good. I dreamed we were doing the stream, so I was like, yep, no problems here. Yeah. Otherwise, I don't know. No, we're doing this first. I'm putting this game to bed. I have missed it, but also I love the narrative, but after 3 streams worth of kind of going through it, there's a limited amount of interaction I can have with both the game and the audience, and it's kind of limiting. But if I'm done with the stream and everyone's still kind of awake and functional, I'm happy to do Outer Wilds afterwards if Valentine is up for it and I'm not needed elsewhere. But I can't promise this. Don't take my word for it. We'll see how we go. But yes, that is a matter for after the world's been saved.
These thorns are an expression of her pain. I know it. She's calling out for help. Her voice, worn down by pain and suspicion, hobbles up the stairs.
I'm sorry, her voice hobbles up the stairs. I'm stealing that. That is so good.
I can't get away from you, can I? We kill each other and you come back. You let me kill you and you come back. I don't know why you let me do that. I don't know what you want from me.
I don't know what I want. I never really chose to come here.
I think you know how this goes. I'm down here and I can't leave. So, come down and talk. It's not like I can stop you.
You continue down the basement stairs, brushing past the smooth edges of thorns that grow more and more plentiful as you make your way forward. You step out into what was once a vast open cavern, now overrun by briars and prickles and thistles, the space thick with hostile vegetation.
Hello, Valentine. I just wish we could make a VOD of your dream so we could post it as like part 7.5. Valentine's hallucinations. I'm not bothered. It happens. It's all good. If you're around after this stream, I wouldn't mind doing another one if I'm available, but I don't know if I will be. We'll see how it goes. For now, it has taken so long to get myself motivated to actually stream this game again because it's so good, but it's so low on audience participation without, like, just through the game itself. that it just felt really hard to kind of pull off the shelf and dust off, but I'm really glad I'm doing it right now. It has been a while. Yeah, that doesn't look good at all, huh?
At the heart of it all, encased in a tight weave of vines, is the princess. Her bloody, trembling hands clutching a pristine blade.
Oh, we found it.
Did you know this was going to happen to me? Are you here to watch me suffer? Are you here to laugh?
Yeah. I can cut you free, but you'll have to give me the blade.
And I'm supposed to believe it's safe in your hands? That you aren't just saying what you need to say in order to fool me and save yourself?
No, the blade still looks pristine, it's just the rest of her is lesser, I think. Is there nothing I can say to change your mind?
I don't know. What can either of us really say at this point? How can we trust something as hollow as words?
She's right, there's nothing left to say. So let's get a move on and do something before she comes up with a scheme to get out of here on her own. We don't need words to send a message. It is through action that we can show her our adoration, our devotion, our kindness.
Would you believe me if I said I forgot he was there? And now he's back, I'm upset. You're ruining the moment, dude. Past time for either of us to say anything. All that counts is action.
You reach towards her bloodied hands, laying your palm on her trembling fingers.
No, I straight up forgot he was there.
For a moment, she clutches it even tighter, her knuckles going white with the effort. But then the tension fades. Her grip finally loosens and she allows you to take the weapon. You carefully pull it free from the thorns, though they scrape at your skin, leaving red trickles of fresh blood all along your arms. She trusts us. She trusts us. Doesn't that set your heart aflutter?
This isn't what trust looks like.
Yeah, a little. It could just be nerves. Being this close to her does bring back unpleasant memories, but I don't know, it doesn't feel bad. It feels good. Like we're special to her. We are special to have gained an ounce of trust from a maiden so guarded. Now all that remains is to free her from her bindings. Yeah, let's do it. Let's show her how much both of us have changed. Or, hear me out, we slay her. Right here, right now. She's never been so helpless, and if we don't take advantage of that, we may never get another chance. That sounds like a splendid idea. You should listen to him. I see that the lines have been drawn. It's 2 against 1. It's 2 against 2.
It's 3 against her.
You don't count. And why shouldn't he count? Because he's clearly not one of us. That doesn't matter. He's been with us the whole time. He should get a say.
So, did you mean it? Or was I a fool to hand my life to you?
Wow. Wow, what a bitch move. No, cut her free.
Yes, what a good idea. Let's cut her free.
What?
Oh, so you're suddenly team free her? You can't just switch sides as soon as we make a decision. I can do whatever I want, and I believe with my whole heart that this is the right course of action. Let's free this princess. Everyone deserves a chance at redemption. Let him join us and be merry. We are all united by our passion. That's right, what he said. We've already given him a chance at redemption. And who says I don't deserve another? I really mean it this time. I'm big enough to admit when I'm wrong. So I want to help you all free her. And I have no problem with that. Welcome to the team. You're one of us now. One of the good guys.
They're agreeing again. I don't like it.
You take the blade to the thorny vines imprisoning the princess, and she flinches, relaxing only slightly as the blade slices into the thick vegetation rather than her arm. And she flinches again as the last of the vines is cut away, as if, after all of that, she's still expecting you to turn on her and stab her in the heart.
Oh, it's...
You're not
yeah.
going to do that, are you? Still, all it would take is a single slip of the blade.
I did notice the crown of thorns, but I didn't quite pause it as that. I just... It's like it's woven into her hair, right?
Such a pathetic attempt at distraction and subterfuge. Our blade is a dashing sword, and every dashing sword is an extension of its hero. It won't slip.
You're right. He can't even make it slip, can he? He's a bit of a nobody. Good thing I've been on your side of all this since the beginning. The princess falls into your arms, tears streaking down her cheeks. I can't believe you're making me describe this. I hate you.
You actually meant it. You rescued me.
Do you see the way she's looking at us? Kiss her. Kiss her now before the moment ends.
Of course I did.
She smiles, her hand slipping into yours, and the two of you rush to the basement stairs.
You should have kissed her, you fool. It was the perfect moment.
Yes, but that would count as taking your advice.
Shameful, really, that the same thorns that so graciously allowed you downstairs are now blocking your only way out.
Please, after all the trials we've been through, do you really think a few measly thorns can stop us? Love is an even more powerful weapon than our blade.
We cut through those other vines just fine. They're only thorns. I'm not afraid of getting a few scrapes. I'm not even sure we need to do any cutting. We can just move them out of the way. What a pathetic showing, really.
A few pointy sticks can't keep us down here. We're both meant for so much more than this.
Step into the thorns. Step into the thorns.
As you step into the thorns covering the basement stairs, they yield. Both you and the princess ascend the stairs without obstacle. This is unacceptable. The second you step out of this cabin with her, the world ends. Do you hear me? What did the world ever do to you to deserve this?
Your nightmare is our dream. Whatever world would condemn an innocent like her to a cycle of violence and despair isn't a world worth saving. We'll weave something new together. Something better.
You and the princess hesitate at the cabin door. This is your last chance. We've already made our decision.
We're finally leaving here together, aren't we? And all we had to do was trust each other. It wasn't easy, but I'm glad we finally could.
Hands clasped, the two of you open the door and step out into a new day, you irredeemable murderers.
What do we do now? Where's everything going? Why is it so cold?
I really liked that one. I can see why Lyris was like, you need to do the thorn, you need to do the thorn. Yeah.
She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her?
One moment, please.
And there's that mirror again. Why is it here? Why now?
Approach the mirror.
I'm begging you, don't do this.
The mirror never scared you before.
It's different now. It feels... I don't know. Final. Yes, I fear that we won't like what we'll see. What if we just sit here and preen for a while? That can't hurt, right? If they think it's bad, I'm with them.
You approach the mirror.
This doesn't feel right. It feels different. Final. Yes, I fear that we won't like what we'll see. What if we just sit here and preen for a while? That can't hurt, right?
That's some unfortunate duplication of dialogue. I mean, yes. Have you seen? Wait, have you Have you watched this game before? Because I'm tempted to just tell you to leave and play it yourself, because it is so good.
If they think it's bad, I'm with them.
You have never seen that? What? Man. You could stay here and watch this, but I want to sell you on this game so hard. It is one of my top experiences and kind of narrative. It's on my list. It's on my list. It's on the wheel. I'm going to finish all my current projects first, and this is one of the 5 games that I have to finish playing before I can start something new. So between this and Outer Wilds and Signalis and Pikmin 3 and Pikmin 4, once I'm done with all of those, I'll pick up something new. And even odds it's Mother 3, or like one of the other 15 new things I've purchased since the last time I streamed. But look, it's like, we'll see how we go. We'll see how we go. Yeah, see? Bird person. The mirror remains. It's time for you to see what's in it. It's me. And you are alone in a place that is empty. It is quiet here. You are at the cabin.
Something finds me in the long quiet and brings me the gift of a fragile vessel.
What are you?
I am solitary lights in an empty city. What are you?
Solitary lights? What do you mean?
Thoughts without connections. A dim and nascent network. I wish to be more.
But actually, seriously, Valentine, consider heading off and playing this yourself. It is like, some of this is already spoilers, yeah, but a lot of the narrative structure and the way the game works is just really solid and best experienced on your own. So yeah, go play it, report back, and I'm happy to do that thing where I will buy you a copy, and then if you really like it, just buy it for someone else, because it's just that good. Thanks very much for dropping in. Sorry, I had no idea you weren't across this, otherwise I wouldn't have. I did? Well, you can't play it right now, I'm using it. Anyway, yes, enjoy. Let me know how it goes. Shush. But yeah, I'd really enjoy hearing what you thought of it. Take care, catch you later, and Outer Wilds next week Sunday. Be there, or I will play something else, I guess. All the best. What do you think I am? What do you think I am?
I think that you are like me. We are oceans, reduced to shallow creeks.
What happens now?
Nothing, as we are, but I know that there are worlds beyond us, and that we are meant to reach them. There is no exit, but this vessel is a creature of perception. She can make you forget, if only you believe her to be able to. Bring me more perspectives, so that I may be whole, and perhaps then we will know our freedom.
Okay, make me forget.
She asks that I tell you to remember her. You won't.
Man, I've played this like, what, 15, 16 narratives? It still gets me.
You're on a path in the woods. And at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
Because we've seen the tower multiple times, and one goes through the tower and. Not a very good description of what happens. Okay, we need to make it to the tower first, and then we figure out how to get past that into the... Alright.
You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Water time. Very wise. Thank you, sir. Okay, skip previously seen dialogue. Tab. Well, no. Finally continue. Okay, I see. Lead into the cabin. Valenturn's currently installing the game.
The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table. Perched on that table is a pristine blade.
Right.
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Take the blade.
You take the blade from the table. It'd be rather difficult to slay the princess and save the world without it.
In we go.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below. This is an oppressive place. The air feels heavy and damp, a hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood. If the princess really lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. Her voice carries up the stairs.
Who's there?
She sounds dangerous. It's almost as if she's the one in charge down here.
Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation.
Hi!
Don't be a stranger. It's been so long since I've had any visitors. Come on down.
Don't mind if I do.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement.
She's so coldly beautiful. Is she really a threat to the world?
Focus on the task at hand.
And there you are. Are you here to kill me or something?
I haven't decided yet.
How about you drop the knife and the two of us just talk?
Look how reasonable she's being. We should just drop the blade and talk things out. Don't you dare. It's fine. We can decide what we want to do after we talk to her. Maybe she really is a monster, but killing someone in cold blood isn't very becoming of us.
Right, grip.
You ignore the trembling in your hands and tighten your grip on the blade.
You poor thing. Your hands are shaking. Are you scared of me? Because you should be.
You step forward, your grip on the blade tightening as you steel your resolve.
I'm probably chained up in this basement for a reason, right? And if that knife is the only weapon you have, you'll have to get close enough to use it. So, you should just drop it. Best not to risk finding out what I can do.
She's unarmed. If you hesitate now, it'll be too late. End this.
Can we just talk?
You're so close. Don't give up. You've come this far. No, this is a good idea. Maybe we can de-escalate things.
Worth a shot?
Oh, threatened, are we? You poor thing. Drop the knife, and of course we can talk.
I'm not dropping the blade.
Then I'm not talking to you.
That was simple. Fine then, I guess we're at an impasse.
I guess we are.
For the love of everything, just slay her already.
Shush, I'm thinking.
Or drop the blade. Do something.
Shush, I'm thinking. You sure you don't want to talk?
Yeah, I'm sure.
For goodness sake, the two of you can't just stand around like this forever. Eventually, something is going to give, and I highly recommend that you be the one to take the initiative here.
Play the princess.
Doubt, unfortunately, clouds your thoughts as you attempt to run her through. A moment of distraction and hesitation is all she needed to sidestep your thrust and deliver a catastrophic blow to your jaw. It feels like you've been hit with a sledgehammer. You can feel bone grinding on bone where your jaw has been fractured. Holy shit, that hurt! Though she's unarmed, the shock of that first strike is enough to stagger you, putting you and the princess on somewhat equal footing. Your blade slashes through the air again and again, and her fists connect with your body as many times or more, each impact as heavy as that first bone-crushing hit. We can still turn this around.
Give up.
Are you serious? As internal bleeding sets in, the blade falls from your trembling hands, clattering to the ground uselessly. You lacked the will to finish the job, your bruised and broken body falling to its knees before her. The princess, exhausted, chest heaving with heavy breaths, tosses the blade away from you. This is the end, isn't it?
A little bit.
Is this really the best you could do? Look at you. Completely broken. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't a little disappointed.
She plants her foot on your chest and pushes you onto your back, the air leaving your lungs in a heavy puff. And then she brings her knee to your throat. She leans into it with the kind of weight you didn't think her slight frame could possibly possess, shattering your windpipe and leaving you starved for breath.
It's too bad. I was looking forward to some company.
Everything goes dark, and you die.
Welp.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Gonna kill me again.
Again? People don't die twice.
Wait, didn't I do
You
this
haven't
one
even
last
met
time?
the princess, and I hardly think she'd be capable of killing someone as skilled and courageous as yourself.
I remember him blowing the smoke up my ass. I've definitely picked that dialogue option before.
If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way. You know I can hear you, right? It's going to be a lot harder than you think to keep secrets from me. What does it matter what he knows? There's nothing we can do to stop her. She's just going to kill us again.
Like, come on. It's been like 6 months since my last stream. I forget these sorts of...
She is not going to kill you unless you let her. But slaying the princess and saving the world is going to be much more difficult than it has to be if you spend the whole time second-guessing yourself.
Shush, Dustin. I'm having a moment. Possibly a senior moment. Proceed to the cabin.
A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says. We might as well just pledge ourselves to her. and stop pretending we're capable of doing anything in this situation. She probably doesn't even need to try to overpower us.
Bold of you to assume my head contains neurons.
Can we tone down the pessimism just a smidge? I'm not being a pessimist. I'm just being realistic. You're being annoying.
Handlebars. Dustin, you say the nicest things.
Just ignore their bickering, and whatever you do, don't pledge yourself to her. I cannot stress enough how absolutely catastrophic that would be for everyone, yourself included.
I'm sure it'll be fine.
I agree. If she's wrongfully imprisoned, then we should rescue her, but if he's telling the truth, we shouldn't just hand her the world on a silver platter. Rescue her? Given the stakes of the situation, there isn't really a difference between rescuing her and pledging yourself to her. Either would be terrible.
I don't know, they both sound kind of
So
fun.
please, try to ignore both of those knuckleheads and focus on saving the world.
Oh, let's not make this harder than it has to be. Yes,
If that's
proceed
what
with
you want.
Captain.
I guess I don't have a say here.
Correct!
The interior of the cabin is larger and more grandiose than its humble exterior would suggest. The only furniture of note is a massive marble altar with a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right. Why do we feel so small? We don't feel small. We are small.
Take the blade.
You take the blade from the altar. It would be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon.
Enter the basement. We're not looking at the mirror this time.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a spiral staircase. Its steps almost as deep as you are tall. The smell of incense drifts up from below. For a moment, you almost feel at ease. This is actually kind of nice. It's still a stone basement. If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. Her booming voice rolls up the stairs.
Is that a guest I hear? Don't linger on the stairs. Come down and witness me.
You weren't kidding when you said it was booming. She wasn't like this last time. We need to get down there. She wants us to see her. We need to see her. Should we be worried about your sudden change in attitude? Just a few minutes ago you were going on about how pointless everything was. Now you want to go down there. It doesn't matter what that little voice says. He's not the one making the decisions. Though if his ramblings get you to the princess, they get you to the princess.
Continue down the stairs.
Making your way down the spiral staircase is a time-consuming and exhausting effort, every step requiring you to clamber over one edge before dropping to the next. But soon the end comes into view, and you tumble to the bottom, entering the vast, temple-like room beyond. The princess towers over you, almost glowing in the weak starlight, her figure framed by a stained glass window. Her long hair billows around her, and a chain binds her wrist to the far wall. The chain is nothing to her. It might as well be a toy for all the good it would do. I told you it was pointless to resist her.
The little bird has returned to me. I wonder what he wants. You brought that knife again, even though you know it's useless. Such charming audacity. Drop it.
As if on command, the blade slips from your grasp. It clatters uselessly to the floor.
Well,
But we didn't drop it. We decided to grip it tighter, remember? Are you really just going to let that happen to us? I have a duty to report facts as facts, and the fact is that you dropped the blade. Of course we dropped it. She's so much more than us. You wouldn't understand what it feels like to be in her presence. Oh, I understand what's going on, and you'd better snap yourself out of it.
Kneel.
no?
Oh, are you still trying to defy me? I said, kneel.
Your legs buckle and your knees hit the floor.
That's my good little bird. Now, why don't we talk? The last time we met, you tried to kill me. And here you are again, trying to succeed where you've already catastrophically failed. What draws you back here beyond the empty halls of death? Speak.
The last time we met? I suppose that lends credence to our conversation in the woods. Still, whatever you do, don't tell her why you're here. It's best not to give her any ideas.
You're supposed to end the world.
You weak-willed buffoon.
Whoops, my hand slipped.
Is that so?
The princess closes her eyes in contemplation.
Something about that thought wraps itself around my heart. It feels like a fundamental truth to my being that I'd somehow forgotten. The collapse of the old is a necessary prelude to the birth of the new, and the world as it is now is overdue for alterations. It's time for me to seize my destiny, and you, little bird, will help me seize it.
She's inevitable. There's nothing else for us to do but help her. Maybe she'll be nice to us.
I'm not going to help you end the world. I don't care if something new comes after, I just can't let you do that.
I see. Perhaps you need another lesson in submitting to your betters. Pick up that needle.
Do it. It's what she wants.
No objections here. I don't know what she's planning, and I don't like that we don't know what she's planning, but we might as well pick up the blade. As your eye falls on the blade, you feel a weight. Some divine hand that sits unperceived by your senses, but that manages to push you towards its desires like an unseen puppeteer.
The blade.
You reach forward and grasp the blade.
Stand.
This one's easy. See? This isn't so bad.
Okay, yeah. We can do that. We were probably going to stand anyway. You can feel a creaking tension between body and will as you slowly rise to your feet, like two foes forced into an unhappy truce. The princess eyes you with soft contemplation. The moment seems to last a lifetime, the silent anticipation of what's to come dragging out the long, painful seconds. But all silences are broken eventually.
To define me is to claim we stand on level ground. We do not. You are quiet shadow, while I am brilliant radiance. Take that knife in your hand and slit your throat.
Well,
What? You don't have to listen to her. You're armed. Just steel your nerves, step forward, and end this.
Oh, we'll end this all right.
Your hand lifts the blade and brings it towards your throat. Okay, I apologize for the unclear language. End her.
We've done resist, yeah. Slay yourself.
No, you can't just slay yourself. You're perfectly healthy and capable, and all you have to do is ignore her and do what has to be done. The blade and the hand that wields it remain firmly locked in place until you change your mind and decide to do literally anything else.
Ah, so that's how it is.
Look at you quaking against my will. An ant defying a god. It's pointless to resist. In the end, everything submits to oblivion. But you're not the one resisting me, are you? There's something else in there. Is that a person? No, it used to be a person. It's something different now. An echo.
Is
Is she talking about you?
I think this is new.
That's impossible. She's not supposed to be able to interact with me.
You're a small one, aren't you? A shriveling little worm stretched beyond its limits, trying to control things that it can't understand.
No. What are you talking about? I'm just...
I don't care what you are. You're mine.
You bring the blade to your neck. You slice through soft flesh, severing veins and arteries, your blood flowing freely down your body. It's a painful lesson in obedience, but the pain won't last forever.
Well,
No.
When I see you again, you'll free me from my chains and deliver me to the destiny that lies beyond this place.
We will. I promise.
I know you will.
Everything goes dark, and you die.
Chills. Okay, we're okay.
You're
we're
on
okay.
a path in the woods, and at the end of that path...
Oh, let me guess. At the end of that path is a cabin. Excuse me? This is the third time we've been here, and this is hardly a path in the woods. It's all big and weird.
Another witness to her radiance. Her hour is soon upon us.
I'm here to keep him in check. I'm sick of prying fingers digging around in our head, and he's making it all too easy for them to get in.
Or it's fine. Why are there two simp voices? What do you mean two simp voices? The bird,
This is bad.
Which ones are the simp voices?
Oh, is it now? I hadn't noticed. Do you need a primer, Mr. Amnesiac? No, I'm quite all right, but if all of you would take a moment to settle down, there's something important I'd like to get across to you before it's too late.
Broken in this. Wait, is the smitten here? No, I saw the paranoid. I didn't see the smitten.
Is it about the princess?
Really?
We already know all about the princess.
Did I look away at just the wrong moment?
Not to be trusted, that one.
We have the voice of the paranoid, which is arguably useful after what's gone down.
No, I mean, yes, it's about the princess, but whatever you think I'm going to say, it's probably not that.
Oh, the broken is simpy because going along with what other people want is safer, and the smitten is simpy because he has a problem.
You're not to be trusted either.
Look, fine, just out with it already, yeah? But if I hear the words, "You're here to slay her," or "If you don't, it will be the end of the world," you've lost speaking privileges.
You two are just wasting your time. It's all going to end when we open that cabin door, which means it's already all over. What's the point of dawdling when the end is already written?
Okay, that nonsense he's going on about, that's what we need to talk about. You've been here before, obviously.
The one, like, Dustin, the one with the hornier undertones is the one onto which you're projecting more strongly. That's usually how it goes.
So you have met us. Because boy, were you in denial about that last time.
The smitten is horny because it's horny. The broken is horny because he resonates with what you really want.
No, I haven't met you, but reality is clearly falling apart at the moment, and the only reason that would happen is if you knew things you weren't supposed to know. What the hell are you talking about? He's talking about those weird marble trees and how wrong everything looks.
Oh wow, the trees are marble, huh?
Yes, exactly. Whatever you did before gave her far too much power. So you've got to cut it out, get to that cabin and slay her before things get any more out of hand.
We've built a new god, and she is limitless.
Are our thoughts doing that? Make her small, make her small, make her small, make her small. Shit! What if I'm doing it wrong? What if I'm making her even stronger? Do you hear those two, with their runaway thoughts? I'm only giving you the sliver of information I'm giving you now because things are already deep in the shitter. This was my last card to play, and it looks like it's already made things worse, so hurry. Cabin. Now.
Hold on. I have so many questions.
And right now, you have neither the time nor the mental acuity to handle a single response. It's now or never.
What am I?
As you finish your inane question, the ground quakes beneath your feet. You feel an unyielding force pulling at you and your surroundings. The trees start to sway and then crumble, breaking apart as everything is drawn towards the cabin. Even the earth beneath you seems to shift, your feet unable to grip solid ground as you're dragged forward along with everything else.
The end of everything. The beginning of something new. The moment we open that door, she will be free.
Stop believing everything you hear. We just have to get our thoughts in order. We just have to think straight. Any, words of warning? You already know everything you need to know.
Alright, up we go.
As you step forward, the cabin explodes. You're flung backwards, violently slamming into a tree as debris rains down around you. You watch in paralyzed awe and terror as the princess emerges, her body unfurling from some vast space as she stands upright to face you.
Okay, that background music slaps there.
The world bows to her. The ruined landscape shifts, trees and stone and the ground itself succumbing to her gravity, orbiting her like a great black hole.
Finally, the little bird has set me free. This is always how it was going to end. And this is always how it was going to begin.
There's a loud thunk from the tree behind you as something embeds in its shattered bark. Your pristine blade. It's now or never.
Take the blade.
Yeah, screw all of this, I'm with you. A real god wouldn't need us as part of her plan.
You'll never make it to her. And even if you do, what could you possibly hope to accomplish?
We'll do what we were always supposed to. We'll take this blade and we'll sink it into her heart. Look at the way everything's being flung around her. If we just throw ourselves in her direction... I don't know. Maybe it'll work, maybe none of this is real. Maybe we can do whatever we want to do. With a forceful tug, you yank the blade out from the tree. You close your eyes and take a deep breath, and for a moment you can feel everything around you, like you're a part of everything, and everything is a part of you. And then your eyes open, settling on your target. It's time.
Alright.
You launch yourself towards the princess. You can feel her gravity envelop you, carrying you from the ground into the violent swirl of her orbit.
Even now you defy me. Do it then. Show me what you think it takes to end what's destined to end everything.
Yeah, do it. Show her.
Why do I feel so cold?
Do not get the chance to slay her, nor will you ever. Time to leave. Memory returns.
No! Where did she go?
She's gone. Is this the end of the world? Did she end herself? And is that a mirror? Why is it here? Why now?
You approach the mirror.
This doesn't feel right. It feels different. Final. It's calling us. And not in a good way. I don't want to look at us.
The voices feel small, distant as you approach. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone once again. The mirror always makes them leave. but you need to see what's in it. Burn. You find yourself in the long quiet once again.
Flickering lights and empty cityscapes become pockets of vitality and movement. I am more than I was before. Whenever you are ready, I will wipe your slate clean once again.
Hello! How are you doing, Shinepaw? Welcome to the stream. What does it feel like to change like this?
Eyes close in reflection. Perspectives meld together, and the breadth of my experience stretches to new corners.
Nice.
There are contradictions, conflicts in my nature, and there are familiarities that bind everything together.
Yeah, this is morning stream for me. It's like 8 o'clock in the morning. But yes, have a good evening. All the best. What brings you here?
It feels correct. This is what I need to be. This is the only path forward.
When this is all done, you know what you want to do.
With every gift you bring me, I excavate the alleys of what I am meant to be, and every exploration yields new and complicated truths. What I will be is different than what I am, and what I am is different from what I was. I cannot tell you what desires I will hold when I have changed. But in this moment, all I want is to know myself and to know you.
Fair enough. You've played through it yourself? Done kind of all of the narrative twists and all that? You've been kinder to me than anyone else I've ever met. Why?
Why wouldn't I be kind to you? You are the only thing I know that isn't me.
That's touching. Do you have any thoughts on this vessel?
This one is Dominance, a figure capable of bending everything to her will. She will make for a terrifying and divine heart. Do not mourn her, for she would not be able to mourn you.
That's not a good reason. Enough with all of this pretension, you're not actually saying anything.
I'm sorry. Words are difficult for me. They never fully weave what I wish to say. If you do not like my answers, then you need not ask me questions.
That's the most articulate "I'm sorry you feel that way" I've ever seen. Yeah, the Pristine Cut, right? That's coming out October. I probably won't revisit this game for a while after this. So, quick background: this is stream 4 of a 4-stream series, and this is kind of my my 4th run through a set of 5 aspects, and the 4th ending I'm hunting. And because of the way this game kind of... There's only so much more original thought I can express while going through and hunting down the last couple of narrative threads. I decided to kind of stack this one and chase down the aspects that interested me the most and make this sort of the last stream of the series. And also kind of pick out an ending that was specifically an ending I hadn't done before. So while this is technically a Slay the Princess stream, it's very much more planned than my other ones were. But I don't think that's a bad thing, because I'm getting to see like the last few details that I missed, and they're no less touching than the rest of the game was the first time around. I'm having a good time.
The vessels you choose to bring me carry far more meaning than anything words could say in the spaces between.
Ironically, the most obvious one, the one where you go with the shifting mound and kind of submit, because My wife dug this game up before I found out about it and did a bit of research, and she was like, I bet you'll do that ending first, and I'm 3 endings in and I still haven't done it. I'm told it's the most obvious one, but somehow I keep managing to duck around it somehow. Alright. I'm ready to go back.
I await your return, but it will give me time to reflect on what I am. We will meet again.
Everything goes dark and you die. I also haven't streamed at all in about 6 months for various reasons, like family and children.
You're
and
on a path.
my wife broke
in
her
the
ankle and
woods,
stuff. So
And
this
at
is
the end
also
of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
this is its own sort of challenge to do this for the first time in a while. Right.
You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Alright. Killing a princess seems kind of bad though, doesn't it?
Does it? Are you a monarchist? Is slaying a princess that much worse than slaying a fisherman or a miller or a seamstress? If anything, slaying a princess is much better than slaying a seamstress. Seamstresses contribute something of value to society.
I believe I did get the good ending, but I think I got it in a context where... No, I did both contexts. I did the one where it is actually quote-unquote the good ending, and also where it's the one where you just wait there, because the good ending is doing nothing. Forever, hooray! They don't, but look, it's one of those cases where life, instead of being a couple of massive problems, it's a whole bunch of little problems, so it's overwhelming, but it's not overwhelming in a way I can't manage. So it sucked, but we're getting through it, you know? But I appreciate it. We're getting there. The fact that I'm streaming at all is a good sign. And yes, seamstresses do contribute something of value to society, but I don't see slay the seamstress here as an option, so it seems like a bit of a non sequitur. Can't someone else do this?
Unfortunately, you're the only one who can pull this off. I don't make the rules. I wish I did, but I don't.
Forget it. I'm
Are
not
you
doing this.
serious? No, you have to do it.
But I don't. Turn around and
Seriously?
leave.
You're just going to turn around and leave? Do you even know where you're going?
Nope.
Fine. I suppose you just quietly continue down the path away from the cabin.
I don't know what the acceptance route is. It also, like, it has been 6 months since I've streamed. It's been 9 months since I've streamed this. And I remember some, but not all of the terminology. So it's possible that I did, and I just can't remember what that name means.
Good. What we're being asked to do here is wrong. Better to wash our hands of this whole situation than to take part in it. Ignore that annoying little voice. He doesn't know what he's talking about. That's strange. It looks like this path also leads
How
to the
odd.
cabin. How convenient. Everything's back on track again. Maybe the world can still be saved after all.
No. Leaving.
You're really keen on wasting everyone's time, aren't you? It's remarkably selfish, if you ask me. I've already outlined the stakes of the situation. If you don't do your job, everyone dies. Like, dies. Forever.
Harsh but fair. Maybe everyone should die. It's what they get for dumping me in the woods and asking me to kill someone for them. Let me check real quick.
When I said everyone, I meant everyone. That's a pretty large group to just condemn to death over a single princess.
I have not. But if I don't get it in the next few rounds, I will probably play it off stream. Oh, an ending, yeah. No, I don't think I have. And I don't know what it is. But no, if I play this game more, I'll play it off stream. It's at the point where spelunking through the endings I haven't seen in front of an audience has stopped being as fun as it was at the start. So yeah, I might. I'd like to actually take this game apart the rest of the way, but I will be doing it on my own time.
And, last I checked, you're part of everyone too, so if you think about it, walking up to that cabin and slaying her is really in your best interests as well. But fine, you turn around and trek back down the path you came.
Hello, is it the real Shoulder Drake? No, the real Shoulder Drake is not available, I'm sorry. I'm just a body double. But I have most of the same emotional expressions, and I only kind of lack a soul and a personality, so just pretend you're talking to the real person and you might be able to fool yourself too. How have you been? It's been a long time. Clarity is... yeah, I haven't gotten the moment of clarity either. It is on my list for today though. So... who knows? Yeah, we'll see. What I will do is I will... Oh no, oh, thanks, that's very kind of you. You've been alive, that's good. I have been busy, I have had a child, my wife has broken her ankle, she has now got a metal plate and 9 screws in her foot. I should probably do my taxes at some point this year. Otherwise good. Yeah, I know, taxes, sucks balls, huh? Anyway, yeah, I will put the game down and then I will pick it up at some point. It's just because the intersection between enjoying it and streaming it has become a bit of a conflict of interest for me. Besides, I have like...
Oh, would you look at that? You're at the cabin again. Now, I'm not normally one for superstition or astrology, but I have to say, it seems like the universe itself is doing its best to bring you to your fated confrontation with the princess.
Yeah, this seems extremely suspicious. Yeah, I've ended up in this position where I'm currently streaming, where I'm currently streaming, 5 things at once. I've got 5 incomplete games on my list, and this is one of them, so I'm knocking this one off and moving on. Thanks, it's been a ride. The funny thing about having children is that everyone is like, oh, having children is great. And what they don't tell you is that people tell you absolutely nothing about pregnancy and having children, and all the good advice is stuff you have to kind of dig out the hard way along your path to it. And also, having children is a mental illness. It changes you in like a fundamental outlook on the world, borderline psychosis sort of way. Because you stop being the most important thing in your life, and your child takes over that for you. So it's like having a brain parasite, but it's also very nice at the same time. And if people don't describe having children to you that way, then they're wrong. But yeah, it's been excellent, and we're actually going to go for a second one, but then ankle broken, so now things are a little bit in limbo, and we're trying to figure shit out. That's kind of the whole point, right? Your body is designed to care for this tiny what did I click? No, return. To care for this tiny infant thing that can't take care of itself, and because humans are kind of self-deterministic and figure out what to do based on what they want, your body is designed to make you think it's the best thing ever. So like you spend most of the year taking care of a potato and not sleeping and freaking out every time they cry, but it's also like, oh, we had a child, the miracle of life, guys, isn't that excellent? And look, I sound cynical as hell, but ultimately I love him and I do think it's the best thing ever, but I'm also just extremely self-aware that is at least partly by design. I guess I start walking in a different direction again. In fact, I'm gonna just keep trekking through the wilderness until I find a way out of this place.
There's always a choice. Let me tell you right now that you're making the wrong one for pretty much everyone who's ever lived, as well as for everyone who ever will.
Well, if the princess ends the world, then more people won't live, which means that solves that part of the problem, so... I feel like I'm halfway there, ethically.
And here we go. As you trudge into the woods, something strange starts to happen.
I have this vague recollection that I've maybe done this route before, but it was so long ago, and I can't remember how it ended. And I've seen the image of the princess that pops up after this, and that rings no bells, so I'm optimistic that I didn't actually make it to the end of this, and that this actually is new. So we'll see how we go.
At first, it's little flickers out of the corner of your eyes. Glimpses of familiar wooden structures through the leaves. But as you focus on your surroundings, you start to realize that those flickers weren't just a trick of light.
So also, I had a huge win today because I was originally going to stream Outer Wilds, but because I've already played Outer Wilds, I can't really do that. So I've got a guy who's kind of directing me through the game, but he didn't show up because he slept in, so I'm playing this instead. And then he did show up, and then he's like, what is this? I've never played it before. So I've managed to recommend Slay the Princess to a new person today, and I feel accomplished.
In every direction, there is a path and a cabin. And not just a cabin, the cabin. An infinite fractal of paths and cabins desperately trying to draw you back to where you need to be.
Yeah, unfortunately he's impossible to convince to stream things, but I'm hoping that he'll at least have a good experience with it.
Wait, what's going on?
What is going on?
But you're too stubborn for that, aren't you? It doesn't matter how many paths or cabins appear around you, you're just going to do whatever you can to shirk your responsibility because you care more about irritating me than you do about the fate of the world.
Speaking of games that should be known by more people, Shinepour, have you heard of our Lord and Savior Outer Wilds? Because Outer Wilds is one of the probably 2 games on my list of favorite games that I will spruik harder than I will Slay the Princess, and that should tell you something.
You've doomed us all, you know that, right? But of course you do. Otherwise you wouldn't just wander off into the forest in search of certain death.
Do I have a favorite voice in Princess? I have most hated voices, like the Smitten. No. I would have to replay it, or re-listen to tell. But ultimately a lot of my favorite voices are contextual. I like the conniving ones, and the ones that kind of do the outside of the box thinking. But if I had to come up with a favorite princess, that's difficult. I did the Thorn earlier, and that was excellent. I really enjoyed that. The Tower was fun, for reasons that I probably shouldn't admit to in public. And some of the really kind of dark, nightmarish ones were just incredibly well executed, and I really enjoyed some of those pathways. So the thing about Outer Wilds, if you've heard of it, don't Google anything else if you can avoid it, and play it as blind as you possibly can, because... Oh, and if you need help, don't Google help, ask for help on Outer Wilds specific online forums, because the fandom is extremely good at not spoiling things while still giving productive advice. But it's just a completely unique game, and it's recently re-established its grip on my mind and soul, and I can't get away from it again. So, yeah, very high recommendation. Otherwise, you wouldn't just wander off into the forest in search of certain death.
You lose track of just how long you spend aimlessly tromping through the wilderness. But it's not like any of that time spent lost in the woods really matters, because it isn't long before the world ends and everyone dies.
Excellent. Was that so hard? The Stranger. Really? Oh, there you go. Were all 3 times me, or do you mean like other people?
Woods. And at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
Well, I would extremely highly recommend it, and if you do ever stream it, I would love to pop in. I will watch Outer Wilds runs until the end of time. Excellent.
You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
I'm very happy to be able to contribute to what is possibly just a massive coincidence, but could actually just be the voice of God, which you should definitely listen to and play the game. You bastard, you're in for it now. I'm wise to your tricks.
My tricks? What on earth are you talking about? We've just met for the first time. If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way. I don't know. I think it's more fun if he knows what we're thinking. He's like a captive audience.
Yes, no, actually the voice of the contrarian is way up there for me.
The entire world ending wasn't enough to get rid of us. I don't think there's much he can do other than object. I wonder what else we can do to ruin his day.
It helps that I'm kind of like, contextually, I'm kind of a snippy, cynical asshole in real life, so I do really enjoy that sort of tone of phrase.
If by ruining my day, you mean ruining everyone's day forever, then yes, I suppose there are plenty of ways you could pull that off. The world really did end last time, didn't it? We should be careful. For all we know, we just got lucky. The world hasn't ended yet, and you are never going to slay her with that attitude. Stuff those pathetic little voices to the back of your mind and stay focused on the task ahead.
Alright. I'm going to BRB. The baby is having an unusually bad time. I shouldn't be too long. 1 moment, please. Excellent. Okay, this is where we left off. Should be good. The world hasn't ended yet, and you are never going to slay her with that attitude. Stuff those pathetic little voices to the back of your mind and stay focused on the task ahead. Yep, okay, heading to the cabin now, where I'm definitely gonna slay that princess.
You know I can tell when you're lying, right? Please take this seriously. I am begging you. A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says. If we're stuck going in there, maybe we should believe her. Maybe she isn't a liar. Ignore him. He's just being difficult for the sake of it. Let's keep an open mind.
Wait, why am I going to the cabin? I said I wasn't going to go into the cabin.
The cabin interior is wrong. A confusing patchwork of many cabin interiors, all projected across what's almost the same space. But it's all shifted. An inch here, a foot there, such that the seams are never quite visible enough for the place to make any sense.
Okay, maybe this is where I want it to be.
The only furniture of note is a plain table, its legs all the wrong lengths, its material devoid of feature. Perched on that table is a pristine blade. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Oh god, the parallax effect. Oh my god, what have they done?
If he wants us to take it, maybe we should just leave it to collect dust, or better yet, grab it and throw it out the window.
Oh, I hate it.
What good is a knife against a world-ending monstrosity anyway? No, we're taking the knife. Have you seen this place? We have literally no idea what to expect and no idea what we're dealing with.
Hello! Hey, Lynn! Thanks for popping by. Fancy seeing you here. How are you doing?
I've already told you what you're dealing with. You're dealing with a princess. How many times do I have to explain this incredibly simple and straightforward premise?
Really good actually. I had a rough time this morning with stream because baby went off like 2 hours in and we had to go console him. But it looks like it was a combination of bad mood and separation anxiety and tooth pain, and medication helps with like half of that, and the rest of it we just cuddled him a bunch and he mellowed out over the course of the day. So everything went pretty good, can't complain. Yourself?
You can't just say that, not when everything here is so wrong. Listen to me. My job is to describe facts as facts and to guide you through your job, which is to slay the princess and through that action, save the entire world.
Hello, Hohenheim. Mad props for getting Lynn to say hi. I know it's an accomplishment, and Lynn, congratulations. I know this is sometimes difficult for you. So yeah, it's awesome to see you popping up in chat. Well done.
And if you're going to slay her, you cannot let fear creep into your heart. You cannot lose yourself before you even get to her. Oh, ho, ho, ho. You've piqued my interest. What's going to happen if we lose ourselves? Nothing, because you're going to pull yourself together.
Or are we?
Just ignore the stressful geometry and stay calm.
Oh, bamboozled, Hohenheim.
How? Even if we closed our eyes, you're constantly describing it to us. I'm not going to stop doing my job, so you're just going to have to get better at yours. And quickly, if you don't mind.
Well, I'm very happy that you're not very quiet this time. It is great to hear from you. Hello, Belle, how you doing? Long time no see. I mean, long time no stream. I can't really complain there, can I?
Yes, take a deep breath. I'm all for getting under his skin, but we'll miss out on loads of fun if we shrivel up into a ball and go insane the first time we see something weird.
That is true.
What you're seeing here is obviously real. Just accept it and go with the flow. It really isn't hard.
Yay.
Okay, I'm fine.
That's good. Yeah, I heard about the puppies. Hohenheim has mentioned that they are a lot of work, but I mean, that's puppies for you. They usually end up worth it.
Good. Now, whenever you're ready, we're all waiting for you to complete a very important task.
We're not looking in the mirror. Are we taking the blade? We will take the blade. The
Take
boy
the
is good.
blade from the
One
table.
moment.
It would be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon.
Water time! I do still have my water from this morning. I am prepared. Boy is okay. Boy seems to have tooth pain, and that seemed to have been the major problem from this morning, so that seems to be largely resolved. He's still, like, not in the best mood ever, but he's eating, he's laughing, he's, like, hitting people in the face as part of playtime and pretending that's, you know, socially acceptable. Can't really complain. Is way better than he was this morning. This morning he was just, like, screaming for 3 hours straight, basically inconsolable. We were considering calling up the doctor, but no, he's vastly improved.
Okay, fine, you took the knife. But you really shouldn't hold it like that.
Why
How
not?
are we supposed to hold it? The other way, thumb at the bottom. Will look much cooler and more serious if we hold it with our thumb at the bottom.
Like reverse grip?
It really doesn't matter how you hold the blade, as long as you have it. Just make a choice.
Hold the blade the other way.
You switch your grip on the blade. Congratulations.
Oh, like that. No, that's horrible. Oh, no, that is basically... That's like, I don't know, I guess the distinction between overhand grip and reverse grip is largely academic. The boy can have a little bap as a treat. I gave him a little bap earlier, but he didn't like it. But then I gave him some food, and he liked that more, so... I don't know, babies are complicated until they're not.
Yes! Isn't this so much better?
No.
Okay, fine. You're right. This does look a lot better. It really doesn't matter. Just get on with it and deal with the princess already.
It would be more of a treat if he did it less often. Blade up is better for knife combat. Yeah, but reverse grip is better for, like, against someone who doesn't have a knife. And as far as we're aware, he doesn't have a knife. Yeah, surprise time. Throw the blade out the window.
Haha, yes! Do it! Seriously. You throw the blade at the window, glass showering the cabin.
Exhausted is no good. Did I wake you up early? No, it couldn't have been. Surely you don't have your alarm bound to my, like, stream notifications.
We'll be fine, don't worry about it. What's the worst that could happen? The world ends. Been there, done that. I'm not so sure. This place is already messing with my head. It would be much better if we had a weapon.
We can go get it. It's out the window. It can't have gone far. Oh,
What's
conveniently.
done is done.
Well,
Good luck, hero.
I'm sorry you're suffering sleeplessness, but also low-key grateful that you're here. So, do with that moral and emotional calculus what you will. Enter the basement.
The door to the basement
Oh, I don't
creaks
like this.
open, revealing a web of branching staircases all built from unidentifiable materials. Nothing here seems to belong, and the closer you examine your surroundings, the more confused you get, your head throbbing with the effort of making sense of this place. None of the stairs even seem to go anywhere, let alone down. The air here has a sickening, almost sludge-like miasma to it, the kind of indiscernible quality that comes from the blending together of every scent there is at once.
More fractal
Odor
staircase, I
is
think.
Simultaneously everything, and yet the sum of it all coalescing into a thick, nauseating nothing.
Ah, it might not be my fault, and it might not be in my control, but that doesn't mean I can't take the credit.
If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. Her voice, a disquieting collage of tone and personality, drags up the stairs.
Final staircase. Oh, I misread that. I'm an idiot.
Hello? Hi. What are you doing here? Are you here to kill?
Maybe.
No, thank you.
Yes, please.
Oh, don't be such a baby.
Yep, I did it. I totally did it. Is it about killing women, or is it about getting killed by women?
I don't want to do this. Let's just turn around and leave. This feels wrong. This feels like a trap. Like whatever we do, we're gonna die. We don't even have a weapon. But we already tried turning around and leaving, didn't we? And he threw up a wall. No way to go but forward. And whatever choice we make, whatever she is, we know one thing for sure. And what's that? That the fate of the world hinges on your success? There'll still be plenty of ways to ruin his day.
Aww. Take the harsh stairs to the left.
You step to the left. The path is cruel against your feet, the impact of each step sending pulsing vibrations up your legs until there's nothing left in them to feel. The air around you grows cold the further you progress. At first a barely noticeable drop, quickly evolving into a numbing cold. Your toes feel like blocks of ice, your breaths puff
Cursor-chan
out
is right
in
here.
clouds of condensed vapor.
Come on, dude. Look at Cursor-chan. Cursor-chan cannot be restrained.
You shudder against it as you continue down the stairway, losing yourself in the bone-deep chill.
And the burn-deep chill. These stairs have no chill. This escalated really quickly.
You slowly lose sense of yourself the further you go. Time disappears, and you can feel yourself begin to untether.
I mean, this
Physical
is...
sensations dull and then vanish, until the only things experienced are the endless repeating patterns and emotions of the journey, a continuous march forward to a destination long forgotten.
This is probably bad, but it's also progress, and we take those.
Consumption and betrayal, skepticism and blind devotion, rivalry and submission, terror and longing, pain and unfamiliarity. And at the heart of it all, an emotion that can only be described as...
Are you just going to stand there?
Okay, that was well played.
What the hell was that? What happened to us? I feel so strange. Like I'm fundamentally different, but also still the same person I was at the top of the stairs. Oh well, that was a trip, but now it's over. Time to get back to our old devilish ways.
Yay!
The princess, eyes bright but otherwise shrouded in darkness, watches you impatiently from the other side of the basement. Don't forget why you're here. And why are we here again? In case you weren't listening, I'm afraid I lost myself on the way down. You're here to... He's just being an ass, we remember. Though I'm still not sure if we should trust you. Let's talk to her for a bit, try and get our bearings. She seems normal.
Alright. I'm sorry, I didn't realize I was here.
Yeah, I know. I've been watching you stare at me for a long, long time.
Whoops.
The shadows recede, revealing the princess's face. I don't think she likes us. Wouldn't you be skeptical of someone stumbling in here if you were her? We lost ourselves the second we stepped into this place. I don't know how long she's been here, but I can't imagine it would be easy for her to trust anyone. Those eyes, though. They're so sharp. It's just deception. Don't buy into it. You can do this.
It's okay.
Oh shit.
Don't worry. Sometimes I get lost here too.
As the princess speaks again, it's almost as if she fractures. And where there was once just one of her, there is now another. We can do that? I don't like this. It's those cabins all over again. Can we put her back? You said you'd been here before, right? What exactly happened last time? Does it matter? Yes, it matters. But I'm not going to waste any more time prying out details if you're going to be so irritating about it. It seems to me like you saw something you weren't supposed to have seen. If only you'd listened to whatever words of wisdom you were given in that other reality. But what's done is done, isn't it? Whatever you saw last time, unsee it. Whatever thoughts weaseled their way into your head, unthink them. If it's not already too late.
You have a job to do here, and you need to do it now. Ooh, new plan. Let's see if we can make even more of her.
Oh my god. What's your name?
You can address me as Your Royal Highness, or Her Majesty. Any honorific should do, really.
You can call me Princess, if you'd like.
Getting down here was weird. Like, I was pulled apart and put back together again. Do you know what happened to me?
What, like you need me to hold your hand and tell you everything's okay? You're not really cut out for this, are you? Why are you even here? We're probably stuck down here forever, aren't we? There's no way out, and barely a way in.
Sometimes I feel like I'm being pulled apart too. It's so terrifying down here. But at least now you're not alone. And I'm not alone either.
Yay! Oh, Jesus. These 3 options are actually one dialogue option. What have I done? You're apparently a threat to the world. I was sent here to slay you.
And do you believe that? Do you think I'm some sort of monster?
Everything you've heard about me is true, and I'm going to lay waste to everything, starting with you.
Okay, this was fun for a bit, but we can't even really interact with her, can we? What's the point of asking questions if all we're going to get is a million answers?
Can't even follow what's going on anymore.
We need to get out of here. This whole place is making me itch.
If I let you out of here, what are you gonna do?
I don't think what I'd do really matters, does it? I could tell you that I'd lead a quiet life in the woods, or that I'd open an orphanage, or that I'd do any other number of good things that I'm sure you think you want to hear.
You either trust me or you believe that I'm dangerous. What I say won't change how you already feel about me.
Besides, you already know what I'm going to do.
If you want to put an end to me, then put an end to me.
Not a single real answer.
At least aside from Miss Blood and Destruction. It's infuriating, isn't it? Whose buttons are there for us to press? Whose skin is there for us to get under?
Not exactly how I'd put it, but I don't disagree. There must be something we can do. Asking questions just seems to make things worse.
This is reaching its breaking point. If you don't act now, there will be nothing in here but her. Take a deep breath and focus up. You can do this.
But how do we decide what to do? Can there even be a right choice when all of them are so different?
Stop overthinking it. Your drifting thoughts have clearly been part of the reason this situation has gotten out of hand. If you're trying to do the right thing, there's only ever been the one option, and that option is slaying her. Just do something. Do anything. Do all of it, if that's what you want. This place is hell, and it's only getting worse.
I guess I'm doing the... I'm getting you out of here. I don't know what you are. But I can't trust you. I can't trust anything here. And regretfully missed the blade that I threw out the window.
Wait, that's not right.
Seems fine to me.
Go on. You take a step forward. Your foot lands, but it lands different. You experience a firm footfall, a gentle tread, a confident stride. You can feel yourself rupture. The room spins, your perception multiplying in a sickening kaleidoscope as your very self is pulled in incomprehensibly many directions. You find the blade suddenly in your hands. All at once you use it to strike at her bindings as you remain upstairs and slay her and leave her to languish alone. Is this what the end of the world looks like? What an unbearable mess. But this... we can't... Do you not have anything witty to say? I could use a good bit of wit right now. No, I don't, because this isn't fun. How are we supposed to have fun if everything is happening at the same time? It's the same as nothing happening, and nothing is excruciating. Luckily for all of us, nothing and everything doesn't go on forever. The world and the princess collapse in on themselves before it all falls apart. I think he's gone. We were never going to salvage this, were we?
Seems fine to me.
What happened to us? What are we? There are parts of us that are dead, and the others
they just don't fit. They just don't fit.
We can feel them moving around in spaces they don't belong. It's all so uncomfortable. Did you do this? Did we do this? Can you pull us back apart? Can you fix us?
We should help her. I think we did this. How surprisingly sincere. I didn't actually think our actions had consequences.
Whoa, what a revolutionary concept.
It's a little late for regret, isn't it?
Please.
I don't think you're supposed to be fixed. Yeah, right? Wild. Never had those before. But you'll never know if she hears your reply. She's gone. Memory returns.
She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And is that a mirror? Why is it here? Why now?
Approach the mirror. Approach the mirror.
This doesn't feel right. It feels different. Final. Yeah, don't look at it. I don't like that thing.
The voices feel small, distant as you approach. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone once again. The mirror always makes them leave, but you need to see what's in it. You've withered. Find yourself in the long quiet once again.
I am a growing chorus of contradiction, a mass of tides ebbing and flowing all at once in more directions than my attention can bear to hold. To look at any one is to shift them all into something new, and to look away is to reshape them yet again. All of me is changing, and yet the rest of me is still the same.
What do you think of this vessel?
These ones are a contradiction, a winding kaleidoscope of paths unwalked. They are stretched into a shape not unlike me, but it is a shape they cannot hold. They will make for a rich and vibrant heart. Do not mourn them, for they will finally get to know themselves.
You can't be a contradiction. Contradictions don't exist.
And yet my waters flow and my streets bustle. There are no words that can describe me into non-existence. There is no logic that can bind my multitudes. I am everything that you have known me to be, but I am also none of it.
How can you stand to be a contradiction?
As easily as you can stand to be you. You are like me, even if you have chosen not to look at the corners of you that do not fit, even if you have chosen to ignore the brilliant contours of your soul.
Do you know what happens to the worlds we leave behind?
My perspectives are shadowed. You have seen what I have seen, just as I have seen what you have seen. The angles of my vantage do not offer me hidden truths, and my attention is turned inward, except when you are here with me. Perhaps this will change when our work is done.
Perhaps. I'm ready to go back.
I will be here when it is time for us to meet again.
Everything goes dark, and you die.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
Okay, this one I need. So, for people who weren't here for the first stream, what I'm basically doing is chasing down the few routes that most interest me that I haven't done. And I'll be going for an ending I haven't done as well. And then this will be the last stream of this game for me, I think, because I have many other games that I also need to go and complete, like Outer Wilds and Signalis, and also Pikmin. But I need to like turn my room upside down and find them. Local dragon creature streams once a decade. Has it been a decade? No, surely not. Surely it's been. Where's my meme? It's been like 23 years. I'm kidding, I'm back. Anyway. Yes, hi Curdy, thanks for popping in. Yeah, I need to figure out how to get the diagram of it. Intuitive. Okay. Okay, I need to go to the wiki. Okay. Hmm. 2.3 decades. Yeah. Outer Wilds doesn't really count because I know it like the back of my hand, and I'm mostly facilitating it for another person, which is like, it's fun because I get to go through it again. But it doesn't have quite the same sort of emotional impact, other than, you know, getting to watch someone else have the emotional impact. This one I've mostly gone through, and yeah, there's a few little bits here that still get me, and that's really nice. I'm really enjoying it. And then Signalis is going to gut me, I'm sure, because it's the one I know the least well, and it's also got horror tinges, which I enjoy horror, but I'm bad at it. I am so bad at it. And also Pikmin is its own sort of horror game, really, if you think about it. That's okay. That's okay. Thank you very much for popping in while you could. I really appreciate it. Okay. I need to go to... Which? How do I get to the witch? I think we might have already done the wild, but we're doing it again. Okay.
You're here.
I'm gonna tab through this. Silently continue to the cabin. Norima doesn't know what he's talking about. Proceed into the cabin. Yeah. Look, I don't understand the whole thing, but I'll understand parts of it.
The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table.
Water? Water.
Perched
I will
on
drink
that
water.
table is a pristine blade.
Alright.
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Can't remember the bloody dialogue. No blade. Much.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below. This is an oppressive place. The air feels heavy and damp, a hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood. If the princess really lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor.
Yeah, I mean, what really gets me is games like that, right? There's, yeah, do I have a mod? I don't have a mod. There you go. You yeah, you got auto modded. That's fine. I like how I had to add a permitted term specifically for your typer. And no, I'm not slaying this woman. I'm not doing it. You can't make me. However, I would like to slay this bot, please. Oh my god. Can I write? No, it doesn't even. Yes, okay. I don't want. I definitely don't want to pin this message. I would like to dispose of this message, please. 1 sec. Any mods in chat? No mods in chat. Sorry if I get duplicate audio from my page. Okay, message. And okay, gone. Okay, excellent. Let's just continue. Slaying her is probably doing her a favor. I've heard that line before.
Her voice softly carries up the stairs.
Hello? Is someone there?
Have I played Dredge yet? I've never heard of Dredge.
It's hypnotizing. It's the kind of voice you only have to hear once to remember it for the rest of your life. Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation. You're playing a dangerous game by coming here unarmed.
Okay, any games that I'm recommended are going at the bottom of like a 15 game list, because you know those 9 months I spent not streaming? I spent it like buying video games I want to stream, so I have a whole backlog now. What am I doing? Yes, I'm here to save you.
How many times do
Probably.
I have to tell you how dangerous
Thanks.
letting her out of here would be before it finally sinks in?
Chuck it in GameRex if you can. It's a thread, I don't know where it went. If you can find it, props to you.
Wait, really? You're here to rescue me? I was starting to think I'd be stuck down here forever.
Yeah, not to mention that Outer Wilds fanfiction I need to finish, huh?
Come downstairs. I want to see the face of my rescuer.
Yay!
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement.
Yeah, I need to talk to Beacon about Crusades, because we're good to do the next bit. We just need to like dust it off and keep going. Like we're almost ready.
She's beautiful. How could someone like this be a threat to anyone?
We only need to do like a little bit more background work, and we should be good to keep going.
I am begging you to stay focused. There's a lot riding on you here.
Hi. I can't believe you're here. I've been waiting for something like this to happen forever.
No, Belle, you got it wrong. Trust me, bro. One more train, and it will fix traffic forever.
I hope you brought something to deal with these chains.
Don't do it. If she gets out of those chains, we're all one step closer to the end.
I'll see what I can. Hold on, let's talk a bit first.
Okay.
Yay! We love talking. Talking is fun. If you're the person, if I'm the first person you've seen in a while, what have you been eating? That could have been phrased better, but I'm going with that.
I don't see what that has to do with anything.
This is the only time this is ever going to happen, but I agree with the princess. That's hardly relevant.
Could
Okay,
be relevant.
but actually, what has she
God.
been eating?
Thank you.
She has to eat, right?
What are you gonna do if I let you out of here?
The princess hesitates before responding. She doesn't know. She's been down here too long to have any idea of what she'd do in another life. She knows what she'd do. She's just searching for whatever answer she thinks you want to hear.
Are you looking for the truth, or are you looking for the right answer? Because with the dynamic we have going on here, I don't think the specifics of what I do really matter. It's not like you'd believe me.
I'm sorry, but I just can't trust you. This doesn't add up, and it isn't worth the risk to take your word over the potential fate of the world. Retrieve the blade.
Thank you.
According to this icon up in the corner, yes. But I'm not sure how reliably it stores narrative pathways I've done like 9 months ago, because this game has been under a bit of a patch train as well. But it doesn't really matter because I'm not being completionist about this anyway.
You turn back to the stairs, intent on retrieving the blade in the cabin.
And ultimately we're going for a aspect that I've already seen before, because I want to drill down into another 3rd level aspect that I don't think I have seen. So in that sense, it's not new, no, but I hope it leads to something new.
So, what? You're going to try and kill me?
I mean, now I am.
You'll regret this. I promise you. But go ahead, run along and get whatever you're planning to get. But you'd better hope that I don't slip these chains before you make it back down here.
Slip these chains? She can't, right? She needed our help to get out of here. But do you hear the conviction in her voice?
Take care,
I
Cody.
don't think
Thanks
she's
for having
bluffing.
popped in.
She has to be bluffing, but hurry. You rush up to the first floor, grabbing the blade, both yours and the world's only possible salvation. Okay, if we're sure about this decision, I'll support it.
You too,
I
Cody.
suppose we have a world to save after all. You slowly creep down the basement stairs. It's quiet. Where the princess sat only a moment ago, there's only a severed arm.
Whoops.
Its cooling flesh still chained to the wall. And she is nowhere to be seen.
Well, at least now we know she's unarmed.
Is it just me? Or did this room get a lot bigger?
I think we got off on the wrong foot. Do you think we can start over?
Oh, you coward!
No, I don't think we can. Why don't you come closer? I have something to show you.
Let's finish this.
Your eyes dart to the corners of the room. You don't see her. Where is she?
Can I do that?
You close the door behind you. Almost magically, its locks immediately click into place. Maybe they'll open if you finish the job.
I don't think this is what I wanted to do, but let's see where we end up. Investigate the arm.
You step forward to investigate the severed limb. A trail of blood leads from its jagged stump into a dark corner of the basement. And then you hear the quiet patter of feet against the floor, and there's suddenly a weight on your shoulders. The princess tears into you.
Well,
Her teeth and claws are unnaturally sharp, ripping into your shoulders, digging into your throat. You fall to the ground, the princess eagerly tearing at your flesh.
okay, excellent. I think this is where we want to be.
Her ferocity overwhelms you, and as the princess rends flesh from bone, your limp fingers lose their grip on the blade. It slips from your hand, your one last means of defense, lying useless beside you in a pool of your cooling blood. I suppose you just lacked the will to fight back. This is the end, isn't it? I'm afraid it is. You shouldn't have let that fear creep into your heart. You had the upper hand, and now look at you. Everything goes dark, and you die.
No, this is not where we want to. Or is it?
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
Wait, no. We want to end up with the witch. We ended up with the beast. This time you can still get to the one. Okay, let's see what we can do.
You're here to slay her.
Proceed to the cabin.
A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says. Does a cat lie to a cornered mouse when it plays with its freedom? Or is it just acting out its nature? I don't see why that matters. A lie's a lie, and if anything, she's the one who's cornered. She could have gotten out of there whenever she wanted to. We should trust nothing that she tells us, only what we hear and smell. That's a very roundabout way of saying that you should listen to me and take this seriously. Maybe. The interior of the cabin is ruinous and dilapidated. It feels like no one has lived here for a long time, wind rushing in through cracks and holes in the wooden walls. The only furniture of note is a termite-eaten table with a pristine blade perched on its edge.
Alright, we need the blade.
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Oh, interesting. Consider hopping off, getting the game yourself and playing it, because it's a little deeper than I make it look. But then again, on the other hand, you could watch the VODs. There is options. But no, it's one of those games, it's not quite Outer Wilds levels of, yes, emotional investment, yes, no spoilers ever, but it's not far off either. And there's a lot here to enjoy. Take the blade.
You take the blade from the table. It will be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon.
Let's go. Oh. Mate.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing what's left of an old wooden staircase. It's still sturdy enough that you can make your way down in one piece, though you'll have to be mindful of holes. The air seeping up from below is oddly warm and wet, as if you're descending into a jungle. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor.
Fair enough. In that case, I will wholeheartedly recommend the VODs.
She growls up the stairs.
I can smell you.
She sounds almost feral, impatient, or maybe eager. You carefully make your way down the stairs. The last step gives way to the damp earth floor of a starlit pit. The walls are obscured by an impenetrable darkness, giving the illusion that the room might stretch on forever. You brush against the wide leaves of plants that surround you on all sides, seemingly the only living things that occupy this strange underground wilderness.
There are direct endings, and there are direct endings after you do a certain amount of kind of aspects, then the aspects sort of accrete and there's something more like an ending, but there's plenty of those as well. It's a very broad game.
The jungle is pressing in on us, hiding her from view. She could be anywhere. You see only a flash of the princess before she scurries away into the underbrush, dragging her heavy chain behind her. Remember, she's just a princess. She is certainly not just a princess.
Not this again. Come on, bruh. Bruh, don't do that.
You're not helping. It doesn't matter what she is. It only matters what she does. Her shining eyes appear between the leaves, staring hungrily at you from the darkness.
I can hear your heart pounding from the bottom of the stairs, fledgling. You're right to be terrified. I'm so much more than you. And a little splinter clutched in trembling hands won't save you from me.
It might.
A shiver rushes up your spine and pulls you upright. The air's shifting. She's getting ready to pounce. Move, now.
Where?
Anywhere.
She's in chains, we're fine.
Move. There's a shift in the humid air, and something enormous.
The
princess lunges from the shadows, her maw unhinged and dripping, her eyes fierce and full of hunger. She is too quick to outrun, too nimble to outmaneuver, too determined to overpower. This is her domain. You are devoured. I guess that's it then, isn't it? Unfortunately for you, no. This isn't
It was particularly well done.
You are in a dark and caustic place. A thick, fibrous lining constricts around you, its slick surface impossible to grip. Your hands scrabbling uselessly at your surroundings as they compress in on you. Your lungs can barely expand in
You
such
don't
a
need to
tiny
sound so
space.
excited about it.
Not that the humid, finite air grants you more than a few shallow breaths at a time. The liquid pooling beneath you starts to seep into your skin. You itch, then sting, then burn as the acid begins its slow work.
When I killed you, I tried to leave this place, but it wouldn't let me.
True.
You belong down there, it screamed at me. The world is better off without you in it.
The flesh around you rumbles as the princess begins to move, her thundering footfalls twisting you helplessly about. Your skin protests as the corrosive liquid sloshes around you, but there will be no respite for you in sight. The burning grows stronger, and you can feel layers of you being peeled away.
But you don't belong down here. You came from somewhere else. You came from out there. So I consumed your dead heart, and I carried it in my throat, and I draped what was left of you on my back, and I threw myself against that door.
She stops, her muscles tensing around you, and through the muffling layers of her flesh, you hear the whine of straining metal. And with a pop, she lurches forward, your body lurching right along with her. Her chains. She's loose.
Excellent question. I think it's the symbolism. I think it's the symbolism of the blade.
But even then, it denied me freedom. You cannot fool me by draping yourself in decay. I know your true nature, and it is suffering.
But that's okay, you see, because we still have the blade.
Gravity pulls at you as you're hefted upwards, the distant creaking of ancient wooden steps barely audible over the thudding of the princess's heart.
And then it was gone, and I was here. A new enclosure, a nicer cage, but still a prison. I learned from my wounds. You're alive now. We can leave together.
Does that work? Could she free herself if we're alive in here? Do you really need me to give you a definitive answer for you to understand that the situation is grim? Stop her. Do something. You still have that steel claw. Tear through her before we are her. Survive. Or we could use it to make this quick for ourselves. If she needs us in order to leave, we could at least deny her that. That is a bad thing to do.
It is a claw. We have claws, yes, but we have more than our claws. We have the steel claw, and the steel claw is the best claw. Dig with the steel claw.
Though you have little room to move, you use what strength you can muster to drive the blade forward into the thick walls of tissue digesting you.
I can feel you tearing through me, but are you swift enough for it to matter?
I guess we'll find out.
Your body is violently jostled, the disruption causing burning skin to slop from raw muscle, and you hear what you can only assume is the princess pulling against the door to the cabin.
The cage is still locked.
Keep digging.
You slice again, deeper, rooting through her meat with the tip of your blade, until at last it finds her beating heart. The pulling has turned to banging as the princess desperately throws everything at the cabin door. Your flesh screams
The
as
acid
your reddened,
noises.
spongy body is hit with fresh waves of blistering acid.
You can't hold me forever.
Play the princess.
Though your body is dissolving, eroding into unrecognizable shapes, your will drives it forward. You have a target, and you will strike it.
We're too late, aren't we? This isn't survival. This is spite.
No, it's something better. It's fulfilling a noble destiny. Your lone, functioning arm lashes out, stabbing up towards the princess's heart.
So you found a way to kill me. Then we'll die together, and I will see you again soon.
They're not wrong.
With those prophetic words, you do not draw another breath, your body tangled and melting in the cooling folds of the princess's flesh. Everything goes dark, and you die. But at least you've saved the world, I hope.
The wild. There we go. This is what... Oh, Christ.
We are a path in the woods. We have no beginning, and we have no end, but something cold and unnatural sits watching us from just beyond our edge. His gaze pushes against our borders, curling them in on themselves, preventing them from stretching to the places they need to reach.
No, that's all wrong. You're not a path in the woods, you're on a path in the woods. Who's even saying that? That's not the princess, is it? Oh no. How many times have you been here?
Enough, apparently.
I think this is our third? That's bad. That's very, very bad. It wasn't even supposed to reach 2. If you're at 3, well, no wonder things aren't the way they're supposed to be. Let's get our facts straight. What happened last time? What could you have possibly done for things to be like this?
The thing that sits beyond our edge speaks his logic into us. He tries to grasp at things that cannot be grasped. He tries to stare with wide pupils at that which can only be held from the corner of the eye or with a passing glance.
Shut up. The rest of you, talk. What happened? What did you do? Can she hear us if we talk?
I can hear everything, little one, but you don't have to be afraid of me. There's no place where you end and I begin. Nothing can hurt you here. Not anymore.
Oh, I like that. I don't feel so small anymore when you put it like that.
That's because you aren't small, even if you act that way. We're both so much more together than we were apart, and we can be so much more still, vast, unfathomable.
You're not mad at us for stabbing you in the heart, are you?
No. Are you mad at me for swallowing you whole?
Nah, not really. It all seems so petty right now.
She ate you, and now you're convinced that you're stuck together. What a mess.
He doesn't understand. We aren't convinced of anything, and we aren't stuck together. We're one. This is how we're supposed to be. Can't you feel it?
This thing watching us. What is he?
I'm not watching you, I'm trying to help you. That's not an answer to our question.
I don't know what he is. I only know that he is something other, and that he wishes for you and I to tear ourselves apart.
I do want that, but only because it's in your best interests. It's in everyone's best interests. You won't be able to slay her unless you remove yourself from her.
Kill the part of you that cringes.
He wants us to kill each other.
I don't. I want you to kill her. Don't be charmed by her faux solidarity. You're not in this together. She's the only one who poses a threat to the world, and she's trying to make you go along with it. You don't have to enable her, especially when you have what it takes to stop her.
That would be nice if you could. But I don't think I can get a swing at him just yet. Let's say I want to stop her. What do I do? I feel like I can't do much of anything right now.
You can start by remembering that you exist, and not as some part of a Gestalt entity formed with the princess. You exist as your own self, complete with your own physical body separate from hers. I'm not so sure about that. We were something like that once, but now? And if thinking about that isn't enough to startle you back to reality, consider this. The princess ate you last time. Stop passively vibing with a literal predator and remember that you're enemies. Remember what she's done to you and how much it hurt.
That's it. His harshing our vibe. He must die.
We can't go back to that. We can't go back to the fear and the hunger and the pain. Not after being something as beautiful as this.
Doesn't all that conflict feel so far away right now? So petty? We've been posed against each other by something that understands the strength of our unity.
I can feel a thumping, a heartbeat, like a distant terror that keeps getting louder the more we pay attention.
Please, stop. If you let it in, we'll fall apart.
Don't look at it!
I think we should hear out whatever it is that's trying to be heard. I like to take all options into account before making any big decisions, and what's the harm in just listening?
Okay. Okay, let's... In this essay, I will gaze at the terror in your heart.
Please, don't make us remember how I was.
And just like that, you start to fall apart. I can remember it now. I didn't like being eaten. I'd forgotten how much it burned. And the air was so hard to breathe. She didn't care. She didn't care at all.
All of that digging with the knife, and we didn't even get to win. That was hard work. I wanted to win, and what's the point of being part of a larger whole if we're not the one in charge of that whole?
As you remember the terror and pain you felt at the hands of the princess, you start to remember something else, too. You remember that you are a distinct being with a finite form and a mortal body. You can feel it. There is a shifting of the space around you, the infinitesimal movement of your molecules rearranging back into the shape of what you're meant to be.
No! I devoured you! I won! I put things back the way they were supposed to be!
Some division, when sown, can never truly be mended. A cavernous gash rips across whatever it was you thought you were. A cabin comes into being among the trees. It approaches, and it swallows your body whole. And then you find yourself, blade in hand, exactly where you need to be. At the center of it all is the princess, a wooden and fleshy heart beating with an unbroken rhythm. You're filled with a sense of purpose. Strike at her. End this once and for all.
I feel empty, don't you?
I feel safe. She isn't dangerous anymore. We could leave her. We could both live.
Well, this should be easy. If you're sure about it. I mean, what's the point of being king of the hill if there's no one around to be better than? We'd just be sitting on a hill.
Do we have to do this? You have to. You know you have to.
I never wanted to kill you. We can't be the same thing as each other. Well, that's a whole other issue.
You
Sure.
devious little bastard. If you think I'm going to let you free her, you have another thing coming. And that other thing is... We'll just have to wait and find out when it happens. Ignore him. His words only confuse us. Just do it.
He's weak. Thinks he can boss us around when he doesn't have any authority. We're clearly the ones with authority around here, so we can do whatever we like.
You're tired, aren't you? No, I'm not. I'm... fine. Whatever. You cut the princess down from the roots that bind her. I hope you're happy. And good luck getting her out of here.
I didn't think you would do that after everything. It's so cold without you.
Or will you ever? It's time to leave. Memory returns.
She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And is that a mirror? Why is it here? Why now?
Yes. Yeah, so once you get to kind of a terminal state of one of the aspects, it's pulled in and it's added to the gestalt. And yeah.
This doesn't feel right. It feels different. Final. That thing reeks of death. If they think it's bad, I'm with them.
The voices feel small, distant as you approach. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone once again. The mirror always makes them leave, but you need to see what's in it. Traveled. Find yourself in the long, quiet one again. You are at the cabin.
There's a world beyond the endless walls of the long quiet. We're supposed to be there. Do you know what we'll find out there?
Is that a rhetorical question? Do you know? Do you want to tell me?
Rhetorical. I am not rhetorical. I have only known these spaces, and I have known flickers of the lives you've brought me, short and violent and full of passion. But all of those flickers end where the long quiet begins. I'm asking you because I cannot know your mind. Do you know what we'll find out there?
There's trees and stars and there are people, I think. At least there's supposed to be people.
There is a warmth and sadness in me at the thought of people. Fresh tears on a winter's day. They are not like us. They do not last.
Do you have thoughts on this vessel?
This one is like a shadow of me, twisting vines in search of answers. She will make for a curious heart. Do not mourn her. She has found what she yearned for.
When you send me back, I'm not alone. There are voices that speak to me. Some of them are me, but one of them is something else. I call him the narrator, and he wants me to kill you. Have a narrator? Have the vessels had one?
No, their thoughts are quiet. Do you think your narrator lives in the spaces beyond?
He does. Don't know why. But I know this for a fact. Yes, she is called the Shifting Mound.
I am on the cusp of my awakening. Perhaps you are on the cusp of yours.
Do you know what's going to happen when you awaken?
If I did, I would already be awake.
I'm ready to go back. Wait, how many more vessels do I need to bring you?
1. Whatever you bring me next will be enough, and then gravity will pull the others back to me. I will be singular, a final multitude.
Well, we have one more planned to see if we can nail it. I'm ready to go back.
The next time I see you, each of us will finally know what we are. I will be here, waiting for you.
Fingers dark, and you die. I was going for the networked wild, but the wounded wild is
You're
pretty
on
good.
a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
Let me check my achievements. I have. This one is straight up just... Achievements don't tell me anything, surprisingly enough. Alright. Alright.
You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Well, no point dawdling. Let's go.
You make your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within. A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says.
Where on earth? Okay. Okay, I see.
We're not going to go through with this, right? She's a princess. We're supposed to save princesses, not slay them.
Exactly, yeah, like is it a death or is that a rebirth?
Ignore him. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Let us go.
The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table. Perched on that table is a pristine blade. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right. You take the blade from the table. It'd be rather difficult to slay the princess and save the world without it. The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below. This is an oppressive place. The air feels heavy and damp, a hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood. If the princess really lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. Her voice carries up the stairs.
Who's there?
She sounds dangerous. It's almost as if she's the one in charge down here.
Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation.
Oh? What is that? Continue down the stairs.
Good. You're still listening to reason. You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement.
Yeah, right? Yeah. If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. And the little things like that. Yeah, the blade is your instrument. You'll need it if you want to do this right. Yeah, little things like that always stay consistent between. And as I mentioned, I'm working on an Outer Wilds fanfic, and a lot of the fun that comes from that is you can take a lot of a loop to be, like, for granted to be the same, and then just elaborate on what's different, and you can progress narrative a lot faster than you would otherwise just by focusing on the differences rather than the similarities.
She's so coldly beautiful. Is she really a threat to the world?
Focus on the task at hand.
And there you are. Are you here to kill me or something?
I might be. No way! Why would you even think that?
That giant knife you're holding kind of gives it away, doesn't it?
The blade. Of course she doesn't want to talk. Who'd want to have a conversation at knife point? We should drop it.
We should definitely not drop it.
Don't you dare. It's fine. We can decide what we want to do after we talk to her. Maybe she really is a monster, but killing someone in cold blood isn't very becoming of us.
Tighten your grip.
You ignore the trembling in your hands and tighten your grip on the blade.
You poor thing. Your hands are shaking. Are you scared of me? Because you should be.
You step forward, your grip on the blade tightening as you steel your resolve.
I'm probably chained up in this basement for a reason, right? And if that knife is the only weapon you have, you'll have to get close enough to use it. So, you should just drop it. Best not to risk finding out what I can do.
She's unarmed. If you hesitate now, it'll be too late. End this.
Are you sure she's... I'm not dropping the blade. I'm not dropping.
Then I'm not talking to you.
Squint at the princess while holding onto the blade.
You stare at the princess, squinting. She squints back. The two of you are gonna do this forever, aren't you?
Oh, we might. Squint at the princess even harder.
You squint even harder. So does she. At least nobody's dying right now. You're going to have to make a choice. You can't keep squinting forever. Eventually, someone is going to have to blink.
Drop the blade.
The blade tumbles out of your trembling hands and drops to the floor with an unceremonious clang.
Thank you. Maybe now we can just talk.
Against your better judgment, you step forward to speak with the princess face to face, unarmed.
We'll be fine.
I don't know what you're hoping to accomplish here, but I can assure you there's no reasoning with her. Just make sure you don't forget about the blade on the floor. You're going to need it.
So here we are. What an awkward start to a relationship.
Yeah, it's pretty awkward.
I know. I just said that. Now why are you here to kill me?
You know why I'm here to kill you?
She was just threatening us a second ago. Am I the only one here unnerved by that perfect little laugh? I'll take that as a sign that you're finally coming around to reason.
I have no idea. To be honest, I don't even know why I'm down here, or how I got here. I was kind of hoping you might be able to shed some light on the whole situation.
Okay, we've talked enough.
Oh? Have you decided what to do with me?
Which part's a lie? Also, your username's a different color now. I don't know what happened. But welcome back.
You know why you're here.
Oh yeah, I mean, the reverse interrogation is sometimes more effective than just interrogation. I'm gonna keep you locked away down here, at least for a bit. We can get to know each other better while I decide what to do.
That seems like a pretty good compromise. Leaving her alive is too risky. If you don't deal with her soon, she will find a way out.
One way or another, I'm going to find a way out of here. You can make it easier for both of us if you help. And if you don't, I can promise that you'll come to regret that decision.
I'm sure it'll be fine.
You have to make a choice. Let's hope for all our sakes it's the right one.
I made my choice. I'm looking here in the basement.
I know you think this is a fair compromise, but it isn't. No one wins here.
I win here.
It's a chance we'll have to take. We can make this work. If we just stay here and keep watch, no one has to die.
You're making a mistake.
You turn your back to the princess and make your way to the stairs.
It won't be long before I slip these chains. And once I'm out of here, there will be hell to pay for leaving me behind.
Slip these chains? She can't, right? She needed our help to get out of here. But do you hear the conviction in her voice? I don't think she's bluffing.
I think we're distracted. We totally forgot the claw.
Either way, she dropped her
Did we?
mask, didn't
Oh, we
she?
did too. We did too.
You can still
I didn't
turn
notice
around
that.
and
Good
finish
call.
the job.
We're sticking to the plan and locking her down there.
You'll be the
Yeah.
death of all of us, but fine. Have it your way.
I love how they do that to the cursor, and then if you stab something with it, usually her, the knife ends up coated in blood as well. The cursor knife.
You close the basement door, locking it behind you and quickly barricading it with the heavy wooden table that once held the blade. Okay, we can make this work.
Hooray!
You settle in against the far wall to watch the basement door. It isn't long before you start to drift off, your eyelids heavy with fatigue.
I know you're still there. Why don't you make things
Oh,
easier
shit.
on yourself and let me out? It's not like this little door will hold for very long anyways. It's probably a good idea to try to get back on my good side.
There it is. There we go.
She sounds terrifying. Like she's less of the princess you saw and more like something out of a nightmare. As she violently rattles the door, you do your best to shut her out of your mind.
When I get out of here, I'm going to pick you apart piece by piece. I won't forget what you did, and I'll never forgive it. You don't know the kind of enemy you've made tonight.
It doesn't sound like she's getting any weaker. No, it doesn't.
Threaten me all you want. All it does is ease my guilty conscience.
These aren't threats. These are promises. Sooner or later, you're going to have to sleep. And I'll make sure you never see the light of day again.
You put the princess's threats out of your mind as best you can and huddle up against the wall. You jolt awake
Shit.
in the middle of the night to silence in the cabin. The ruckus has stopped, and the door to the basement is ajar, its lock broken, and the table shoved out of the way. Where is she?
Thanks for helping me get out of that awful basement.
You try and stumble to your feet, but as the princess draws near, it's as though your body simply stops working. It isn't all at once. The paralysis comes in waves. First your toes go numb, and then your feet, and then your legs. You lie prone on the floor of the cabin, unable to do anything but witness her approach. Whose side are you on? Yours, of course. But I have a duty to uphold the truth. Lying about the facts of the situation doesn't change them.
So helpless. I can take my time with you, can't I?
She steps closer, one silent footfall at a time, cocking her head in curiosity as you feel your organs shutting down one by one.
Or maybe I can't take my time with you. You don't look well. A little green around the gills. What a shame. If you'd only helped me get out of here, we could have done such wonderful things together.
Your lungs stop drawing in breath, and your heart freezes in your chest. You have seconds left.
I'd say better luck next time, but we both know this is the end, don't we?
It can't be. This can't actually be how everything ends. I'm sorry, but it is. Everything goes dark, and you die.
Oh.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Oh, I'm sure this will go well. Cabin.
A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says.
I don't think lying and cheating is her thing. She was very direct with us last time. Or at least, she was direct with us after we decided to lock her away.
It doesn't matter. Don't trust anyone. The interior of the cabin is plain, the smooth wood of the walls almost featureless. The only furniture of note is a lone table, knocked on its side in the corner of the room. A pristine blade stands between you and the open, inviting basement doorway.
Inviting?
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Hold on. What happened to the door? It's just an empty frame. She's already gotten out, hasn't she? And she's ready for us. She's been waiting. Can't you feel her eyes on us?
I'm going to need all of you to pull yourselves together. The princess has not already gotten out. But if you keep getting stuck in your head like this, you're going to struggle to get the job done. So deep breath in, deep breath out. Your task awaits, and only you can do it.
Say anything about the mirror on the wall?
You're right. I was so stuck on the eyes watching us that I didn't even notice it there.
What are you two talking about? There isn't a mirror. There's a table, the blade sitting on the floor, and the open doorway leading to the basement. There's nothing else in here.
There's definitely a mirror.
There isn't.
We have to look at it. Unless that's what he wants us to do. And pretending it isn't there is a trick to get us to do exactly what he wants.
Why would you lie about there not being a mirror when it's clearly there? What's the point?
Exactly. Why would I lie about something so meaningless? What good would a mirror even do? That you waste time preening yourself instead of doing what needs to be done. You walk up to the wall next to the empty basement door frame. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here.
This really isn't funny.
You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know how ridiculous you look right now. Did he make it go away? Clearly there was something in there worth investigating if he wants it hidden so bad.
And
we should have taken the knife again. I don't think she's going to take an olive branch. We need something sharper.
You cross over the threshold and onto a series of isolated steps suspended in darkness.
More eyes, too. You never mention the eyes.
The air seeping up from below reminds you of fresh lightning and static, as if you're descending into a place that isn't meant for a creature of flesh and blood. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor. Her cruel and playful voice prances up the stairs.
I didn't think you'd come back. We're gonna have a lot of fun, you and I.
Come back? She must have you confused with someone else.
You really don't remember, do you? It doesn't matter, we need a game plan. We know we can't just go down there unprepared.
Going to...
Didn't you hear my warning a minute ago? She can't be trusted. Talking won't do you any good.
Something tells me she isn't going to be very keen on talking anyway.
You make your way to the bottom of the stairs. As you emerge, you find yourself between two loose rows of white wooden planks suspended in nothingness. A smattering of cobblestones visible against the inky black of the basement mark where the floor should be, forming vague pathways. At what seems to be the end of the room, they diverge in opposite directions, left and right. She could be anywhere, and there's nowhere for us to hide. We're completely exposed.
Are you really not going to comment on how weird this place is?
No, I'm not. Somebody needs to be the voice of reason here, and it certainly isn't you.
Excuse me, I'm being incredibly reasonable. You're the one who's just matter-of-factly describing whatever the hell we're looking at like it's an ordinary basement. We're going to die down here. I don't want to die again.
Please stop saying that. You're only going to make things worse. Just pick a direction and start moving.
I wouldn't give it too much thought if I were you. It doesn't really matter, because either way you go, I'm going to find you.
You turn to the right. A faintly outlined path lies before you.
There you are. I told you I was going to find you.
As the princess approaches, your legs suddenly go numb. Your arms quickly follow. This is it, isn't it?
No little knife this time. It's almost like you want me to get you.
There has to be a way out of this. Think.
What did you do?
Pull yourself together. She isn't supposed to be like this.
I wonder how many times I'll get to play with you before you break.
Your vision cuts out as your blood begins to coagulate. It's as if every part of your being is coming to a lurching halt. Heart, lungs, liver, nerves. Heart, lungs, liver, nerves. Your lungs pull in a desperate gulp of air as your eyes shoot back open.
What are you doing?
I'm working. Do you want this body to function, or do you want...
Okay, whatever you were doing, please just start doing it again.
Are you sure about that? Are you sure that's what you want, or do you want to interrupt me some more? You have seconds left.
Yes, I'm sure.
Heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs. Again, your eyes shoot open as you gasp for breath.
Can't decide what you want to do, can you? Oh well, standing there gasping like a fish is more fun than dead, even if you look ridiculous.
She isn't attacking us. Why? The why doesn't matter. She's already proven her ill intent. Don't lose sight of your mission.
And how are we supposed to do that? We don't have a weapon. The way out of here is nowhere to be seen.
That isn't my fault.
It doesn't matter whose fault it is because fighting her isn't an option right now.
Lungs, liver, nerves, heart. Then you should get looking, shouldn't you? Liver, nerves.
Why won't you finish me off?
Because I don't want to. And even if I did, I don't have to. Look at the way you're struggling to stay alive. It's taking everything you have to keep your heart pumping right now. And I'm enjoying the show.
The princess leans forward, bringing her masked lips close to your ear.
If I want to see you gone, all I need to do is break your concentration.
Heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart. She slowly runs her velvet glove across the base of your neck. It feels like static. And then...
Shit, make her stop. Hey, snap out of it.
Okay, deep breath. Deep breath, we're fine. Heart, lungs, liver, nerves. You're back. Lungs, liver, nerves.
One moment, and then you're gone. Just like that.
Heart, lungs,
nerves. And there's the fear.
Nerves. She pulls away. Liver.
But that wouldn't be very fun, now would it? I've already done that.
Lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves.
We don't have to be enemies. We can work together. We can be friends, even.
Lungs.
Would you look at that? You're suggesting exactly what I want. Somebody's ahead of the curve. I tried to leave while you suffocated, but that stupid cabin wouldn't let me. So I started to drag your body out with me, and then, well, you died before I could get to the door. And then I was here, and now you're here too. I don't think I can leave without you, and dead doesn't count. And as much as I love what we have going on, I have bigger plans than tormenting one poor little creature forever. I want to leave.
Heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs.
I'm not doing any of this. I'm not helping you leave, and I'm not going to try to kill you, so do your worst.
You poor deluded thing. Do you think a single moment of bravery changes you into something you're not? I am what I am, and you're always going to be a coward.
She raises a hand to her mask and pulls it down. You don't get the chance to see what lies beneath before it envelops you. Like a creeping mold, the complete reality of your existence threads its way through your mind. Birth, death, birth again, decay and bloom, a million stitches from a million microscopic wounds you've inflicted on everyone you've ever met, with every muscle you've moved and every word you've ever spoken. No.
Let me out.
Your existence hurts them.
Let me out.
A lonely soul in a room by itself, weeping. It lives for 80 years and then it's gone. And then it's there again.
Let me out.
A reprieve. A good life. Love. Children. A steady career. Recognition from your peers. Here one moment. Gone the next. The worms have found their orifices.
Let me out.
Diagnosis. It forgets everything it is. Anger, rage, distance, poverty. The lonely soul is lonely again. Love turns to mockery. It dies. It is reborn. Worse. Lonelier.
Let me out.
No. What's happening to us?
Let me out.
This is all too much. I can't keep going.
You can't keep going? Well, what are you talking about?
Oops, I think I broke you. I'll see you soon. You'll know what to do.
What is that? The moment of
You're on a
clarity.
path in the...
I have done this one before.
What the hell was that? Who are we? What are we doing?
That's okay, it's a fitting end.
There was a princess, I think. It's all so fuzzy. It hurts when I try to remember.
You shouldn't know about the princess. At least, not until I... You've already been here, haven't you? I guess. It feels so long ago, almost like we've never left.
Whoops. Can you still hear me now? Let me check my levels. It should be fine. Maybe I turned my head away from the mic. But yeah, no, it's a fitting ending to this run, I think. So even if I've done it before, I'm happy to do it again. Yeah, that's probably what happened. The mic is very directionally sensitive.
We have to let her out.
No, that's the opposite of what you're here to do. You have to slay her. Slay? We decided not to do that, didn't we? Yeah, we're supposed to let her out. It's really the only way this works out for us. If you think about it, she's the one with power here. Nobody else can do much of anything. No, we were supposed to keep her trapped there forever, I think.
We're supposed to be unfeeling. How many times do I have to tell you to snuff out your heart? We can't be unfeeling. Not when there's so much fear everywhere.
There's nothing for us to do. We've already tried everything.
We love her, so we have to set her free. Can we love something that hates us? Can we love something that hurts us? To be given an ounce of kindness from something so cruel would be more pure than any other love.
Why are there so many of us? There aren't supposed to be so many of us. This is bad. You need to get a grip. What did you let happen? How many times have you been here?
That's a good question. How many times have you all been here?
Many times.
It feels like we've been here forever. But it also feels like we've barely been here at all.
It doesn't matter.
Yes, we just have to do what she says and then everything will be fine. It won't. It will be for us. She said so. You're part of everything. If things aren't fine for everything, they won't be fine for you. There's no difference between fine and not fine. It just goes on and on.
But that doesn't make sense. I only remember being here twice before this, and some of you don't seem to remember being here at all. Was I here those other times? Did someone else make those decisions?
What does here even mean if you really think about it?
Shut up. You were here.
Every single time.
You did your best, really. There's just a pecking order. And our cruel and beautiful goddess sits atop it, right where she's always belonged.
You're lucky. What I would give to be able to forget.
I've tried to keep them numb, but they're all too soft. A shame, really.
I feel so disjointed. I don't know if I can pull this off. I don't know if I can slay her.
I don't care how you feel. You have to slay her. You have to pull yourself together. You have to snap out of it.
You're lucky you haven't been stuck here like the rest of them. There's no other way to keep going. You either need to forget, or you need to stop feeling much of anything. They can't do either.
He's not wrong. He's the only smart one left, if you ask me.
He's worse than her.
Proceed to the...
You slowly make your way through the umbral forest, bumping against unseen trees as you grasp through the darkness for a way forward. But eventually, you do make it to the cabin. Or rather, you make it to the place a cabin should have been. Instead, all you find is an empty hill. No, this isn't right. There's a cabin there. There's always supposed to be a cabin there.
Mirror indeed.
Don't ask him about the mirror. He always says he never sees it. He always lies. And he always makes it gone. Stay focused. You still have a job to do, and it's best not to be distracted by fraying thoughts. There is no mirror. You know that as well as I do.
She's still here, buried deep inside the earth. Just walk up the hill. You always give too much space to the others. It's why you always lose.
What's wrong with giving them space? What if it helps them? What if they need to be heard?
They've been heard too much. It's why they are the way they are.
Exactly. They are delusions, and all that catering to them will do is drag you down to their level. You have to keep moving. Or you could just give up. You walk up the hill, hesitating just beyond the bounds of the cabin.
The cabin that isn't there.
You've got to clean the mirror, haven't you? You've got to see what's in it. Smash it to pieces.
She's on the other side, and we have to let her out. It's the only way we can be free.
It's the only way we can have our thoughts back. Just go around it.
Just do something. It doesn't matter what.
Just go around it.
Proceed. Proceed to where? I'm afraid you're going to have to be a little more specific. That's a new one. Do you think it'll work? Of course it'll work. He always makes the best decisions. It's why he gets to make them. And it already has worked. It's gone, don't you see? We're one step closer to her. The interior of the cabin is much the same as the exterior of the cabin. A dull, fuzzy, dreamlike nothing. It's empty and isolating, but there's just enough vague shape and unknown texture to suggest the structure therein. Wrong and unsettling as it may be. The only object of note is a pristine blade buried in the dirt floor, a hint of its shining edge teasing through the sediment. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you're going to do this right. Take it. It's the only way forward.
The only way forward. You've already tried everything else, don't you remember? You have to take the blade.
You reach down to take the blade, but as you do, the ground beneath it shifts, the weapon sinking deep into the earth. You lean over the hole and gaze into the abyss. It is so very deep. Deep in the bowels of the earth, you see something staring back at you. It fills you with dread.
I don't know if that's an option, but we shall see.
It's she's watching us. She never stops watching us.
You really are a coward.
Yeah, after all that, little bit.
With every word she speaks, the princess in the pit blinks closer.
I was joking when I said that way back when. You know that, right?
And closer.
I was having some fun, and I guess I wanted to see if I could melt you.
And closer.
Watching over me forever? That was so brave.
And closer.
But forever is so long. And time erodes everything. Except for me. I've already taken your will, and you're not getting it back. All that's left is for you to take my will and let me out. It'll be so much fun. You and me, together, exploring the world and spreading fear wherever we go. Well, mostly just me. But you'll get to be there too. A witness. I can even make you a little cage if you want. Gilded and everything. Now don't pose. Don't try to resist. I've already molded you into what I need. And you lost your power so long ago. Don't bother working yourself into a frenzy to get it back.
Do something. Do anything that isn't taking her hand.
You're just an object, a tool. You once were something else a long time ago. But was that something new, or is it just a dull and jaded memory? There is no other ending here. Just take her hand.
You extend your hand to hers. For all her past cruelties, the moment feels gentle. Tender, even. I can't believe you just made me say that. I hate you. The motion is difficult at first, as if something still resists your efforts. But then that resistance gives way, and it's over.
And that's the end. I wonder what we're going to do next.
I didn't think I'd be so tired.
Princess, exhausted. Lumps.
Why is it so cold?
You do not get the chance to respond, nor will you ever. It's time to leave. Memory returns.
She's gone. Yeah. I can finally think again. Almost. That mirror's back. What does that mean for us? I'm sure it'll be whisked away just like her. Maybe it won't be gone. Things are different now, aren't they? Doesn't seem like there's much else to do here. Finally, we can smash it. Oh, will you stop with the smashing?
What do we say, boys? One last vain attempt to look at ourselves.
Yeah. I think I'd like that.
Seems we've got a majority. All that's left is to give it a look.
Step towards the mirror once more. Secrets remain hidden. Mysteries remain unresolved.
Something tells me that this is the end of the line. But I don't feel bad about it. I'm ready. It feels okay. The fear's gone. I'm done fighting. My heart feels quiet. The game was always going to end. I'll be free of all of you. I'm ready for the truth. I'm ready to sleep.
I'm just ready to be anywhere that isn't here.
And you know what? That's fair.
Boys, it's been an honor.
Silence as you reach forward. They're gone again. You are nothing at all. That isn't right. You can't be nothing. You refocus your gaze and see it. A figure, faint and veiled in shadow just beyond the reflection. Are you me?
I think you know what I am.
A crack slides down the center of the mirror, splitting the image in the glass in two. And then another crack forms, and another, turning the mirror into jagged shards of broken glass. You're the narrator. I was wondering if I'd ever get...
The narrator, yes. I suppose that's my job, isn't it? You needed help after all, an objective voice to guide your blade. But you were never supposed to see me. I wonder how many worlds you've damned to extinction to fall this far.
Does it hurt when pieces of you break off like that?
It doesn't hurt. I don't feel pain. Not physically.
Every time I ask you something, it's like a piece of you breaks.
I'm aware. And if I were you, I'd be more precious about your time.
I've met you many times. Have you been the same you all along?
I haven't, and that's by both necessity and design. This construct you're in exists in many places at once. Anytime you failed, anytime you thought yourself dead, it would restart and shunt both your consciousness and hers into another world. But you'll be awake soon. And then it won't be able to work like that anymore.
Do you have anything to say for yourself? For all of this hubris?
I do. The people out there are real. No matter what you do to them, no matter what you enable, I want you to remember that.
After everything you've done to us, do you think anyone deserves to live?
Nobody alive has done anything to you. I'm all gone. But if you and the princess want to smite the rest of them for the crimes of a dead man, if you really want to be that petty, there isn't much I can do to stop you.
You do know about the looping. So many of the times I met you, denied it as even being a possibility. Why did you lie to me?
Any other version of me you talked to was just that, a version of me. It wasn't me. As to why they lied, perhaps they thought that admitting to it would have pushed you to certain realizations that would have made finishing your task impossible. Maybe they were just in denial. I'm sure many of them were convinced that they had to be the first version of them you'd encountered. Anything else would have been too existentially unpleasant. And for all I know, each of those other versions of me could have had entirely different understandings of how this construct works. Who's to say which of them are right and which of them are wrong, really? Except for me. I can tell you for a fact that I'm right.
Uh-huh. I wasn't supposed to see all this, was I?
You were either going to have seen all this, or you weren't going to have seen all this. This is worse, but you still have an opportunity to save the world. You can still slay her. Soon I'll be gone entirely, and you'll be left alone with your final choice. So allow me to make my final request. The princess contains death itself within her.
but I wove you into being with all the power you need to destroy her forever. Do it. Slay her, and rid the world of death and suffering.
And what is my true identity?
You're the Long Quiet, the god I made to rid the world of death.
I think you're out of time.
So I am, and so it was always going to be. I'm just an echo, and every echo fades away. You know what you have to do.
As the final fragment of glass shatters, see yourself with newfound clarity. The narrator was right. You are the Long Quiet, a vast and nascent god, and it is finally time for you to wake up. All of this is you. Lead to the cabin one last time. When you arrive at the heart of things, there is no final vessel for you to bear witness to. There is nothing for you to find.
I can finally see you, and you can finally see me. It's been so long, and my heart has ached for this moment. I've missed you dearly.
I mean, is she death, or is she just change? Do you know about the Echo? Did you hear our conversation?
Every word you spoke found its way to me. I know him, and I know his construct. He was deluded by his fear of death. Pay him no mind.
I'm the Long Quiet, but I don't really know what that means.
Names are their attempts to capture that which cannot be captured. They call me the Shifting Mound, a pale imitation of what I actually am.
What happens now?
Ever the passive player, always reacting and never acting. But it's woven into your nature, isn't it? When the Echo spun us from one into two, he gave you a choice and me a role to play. I am not death, but I contain it in my multitudes. So, will you attempt to destroy me and bring about a world devoid of death and the possibility of meaning? Or will you open the final doors to our liberation?
There's so many stories we've left unfinished. Can we really just leave?
Even as your eyes begin to open, you still hold on to the notions of is and is not, of beginning and end, pitch black islands in the blinding light of the infinite. There is nothing to resolve, nothing restraining us but us.
If you were always going to become this, then what was the point of me doing anything? Did it even matter what roads I walked, if all of them would have led to this moment?
If you're saying that, it's because you don't yet understand. But we cannot use words alone to grasp at things that words cannot express. And you cannot rationalize with logic that which defies it. Violence and passion are dances that both of us know well. If this is what it takes to enlighten you, then so be it.
There are few things more terrifying than one's own heart, and there is almost nothing more terrifying than sharing it with another. But the most terrifying thing of all is to leave one's heart unshared. You are the only thing like me, and I am the only thing like you. Could you bear the weight of an eternity alone? Do you dare to shape a reality of solitude and thrust it on creation?
Alright. Thank you for sharing yourself with me.
I'm aware of what it did to you. The understanding you've returned to me is a gift. A web of nerves, lain upon a web of nerves, lain upon a web of nerves. The shade of a beautiful beginning we can never return to. You knew me, and I knew you, even more than either of us know each other now. And you chose to pull apart that weave. But you did not choose to end me. We were still one, but we were also separate, and we were free. We were as we are. Will you excise that part of yourself now that you see me from yet another angle?
You were a part of me. I couldn't bring myself to hurt you, although I miss what it was like to be together. Can we go back to it?
Though that was us before we were us, there is no turning back. For all the Echo's delusion, he still managed to reshape reality itself. Though he could not destroy what could not be destroyed. We are intertwined, but we are separate.
My masses mob you. There is no beginning to them, and there is no end.
And there is no
There is
end.
only the flood of
There
bodies.
is only the
In
flood
every
of
moment
bodies.
you hold every possible
Every
sensation at
moment
once,
you
and
hold
then you
every
hold them all
possible
again.
sensation at once.
hold them all
And then you hold them all again. But in the end, you reflected it back at me. For a brief moment, both of us were everything. We can be everything again. We can weave a beautiful and endless song.
You seemed in pain. I'm sorry for what I did to you, but it was the only thing I could do.
I saw with a single pair of eyes what I needed dozens to comprehend. And now here we are, each with millions of eyes, and all of them open.
You are weightless, suspended in the gravity of an idea that threatens to consume you. And you are alone, a tiny island caught between the death of the old world and the birth of the new. But alone is not helpless. When you were confronted with my vessel's apotheosis, you chose against all odds to defy me, to hold on to your inner self with all its flaws, even in the scorching light of my divinity. Without me, there are no externalities to resist. And it is struggle that carves meaning into consciousness.
I miss when that was you.
My threads, like yours, are unbroken. She is me as much as I was her. A thought is a vine, and some thoughts nurture thorns that bleed the soul, and endless growth that blots your vision and strangles your trust. When I succumbed to myself, you patiently stood by me and cut the thistles that rooted in my skin. Your compassion is what freed us both, but compassion is a thing that must be nurtured, and you cannot nurture that which cannot change.
Yeah. Of course I helped you. I didn't want us to hate each other.
Then help me again. We are each other's liberation.
Clash between you abates. You begin to shake, your will rapidly dissolving.
Nothing is immutable.
Everything that is exists only in relation to everything it isn't. There is no constant. There is no center. Open your eyes and accept what we are. We can leave this prison together.
Okay, I'm ready to go. I never wanted to fight you, but how do we leave?
Nothing brings me greater joy than to hear those words. The final peace lies with you.
You fall into yourself. The body of an ancient stirs from its hibernation, and you feel sensation in limbs you once couldn't fathom. Everything here, except for her, is you. You feel your wings, spanning a cosmic scale, but twisted and crumpled and bound in agonized tension to a finite plane. You can feel the glass of the construct pressing in on you, confining you across infinite sides and infinite angles. You push back and strain against it. But it does not yield.
I love you.
All at once, the unyielding tension breaks. You are free, and she is with you.
It's magnificent.
There are no words, no thoughts to describe absolute reality. Something simply is. What happens now?
Everything. Just like it always has been. And just like it always will be.
Step into the infinite. You and she step forward into 1,000 dawns and 1,000 sunsets, each of which contains 1,000 more. You exist, and you are aware, just as you have always been, and just as you will always be. Their conflict is in your nature. The two of you will never be alone, and the two of you will never know fear. You and she are finally home. Yeah, I suppose it is the obvious ending, but I did somehow manage to dodge it and dodge it and dodge it in my past playthroughs. That was really cute. And it is a love story, and it's a good one at that. It's definitely one of my favorites, but a good love story is hard to write because I don't know, maybe it's an Anglophone issue, and maybe it's an issue with modern culture and society, but a lot of people try to write love out of misunderstandings or out of just, I don't know, a lack of context, right? People try to draw love without all of the things that creates love in the moment and in particular situations. Return to main menu. Alright, I'm gonna hop out into turn off desktop audio, and alright, final thoughts, easy enough. That was excellent. I understand there is a like a remaster or a mastered version. Yeah, exactly. Love is never simple. And I mean, what do you want me to say? I have a 1-year-old son and my wife has a broken ankle. It's like, love isn't simple, but it's worth it. There's a lot more to it than just existing and being with another. It's just all of the other things as well add to the picture and don't necessarily detract from it, or everything is part of the whole. I don't know why I picked this meme for the outro, but I stand by it. So yeah, that was excellent. I won't be streaming it again. I might be playing it again, but if I do play it again, it'll be offline, and I might stream it in my Discord if and when I do. But I feel no rush to come back to this, and maybe in a year or two I'll kind of boot it up again, go through the remastered version, try and find some of the endings and some of the achievements that I missed. But as it is, especially as a game that I chose to stream, it does feel at this point like a complete experience, and I'm happy to put it to bed. Yeah, look, there is... The truth hurts, but it can also help. It doesn't, like, help by taking the pain away, but it helps by putting the pain in context. And, yeah, I had a good time. I'm going to leave it here. Next stream, when it happens, I don't know exactly when, but hopefully soon. Next stream will be Outer Wilds with Valentern, if he gets the hell out of bed and doesn't dream about doing the stream instead of actually doing it, which is, I shit you not, actually what happened. I'll be doing that next. And I'll be finishing off the other games that I've started, like Signalis and Pikmin and all that, as I can. I'm not... Fair enough. I'm not keeping to a specific schedule, but I will be sticking to, if I can, Saturdays, Sundays, you know, kind of general weekend times. This is 2 VODs because I had to interrupt the previous stream because baby's teeth was exploding, I think, and he also had separation anxiety. But I'll publish it on Twitch as 2 VODs, and then I'll edit it together into a single VOD for YouTube, which I'll throw up in a couple days. And yeah, I think that closes this out. Thank you very much for popping in, Belle, and for engaging and enjoying it. I really appreciate it. Yeah, no, for sure. Stuff like that. I don't like jump scare horror, but I absolutely love emotional, contextual, kind of mental, psychological horror. That's what they call it. Yeah, psychological horror is one of my favorite things. But yeah, thank you very much. Until next time. And yeah, hopefully it's not 6 months this time. It should be all good. Looking forward to the next one as well. Farewell, and have a good day.